Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be calling the meeting to order momentarily. Please put your phone on vibrate or silent. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting of your Pontiac City Council, the first meeting of the 2025 calendar year for Tuesday, January 7th, 2025, is hereby called to order. I'd first like to give the floor to Councilwoman Kathy James to send a special message to somebody watching at home.
Thank you, President McGinnis. District 4 has a very special resident who is turning 105 years old this week. Her name is Mrs. Helen Carnes, and Helen Carnes is a lifelong resident of the city of Pontiac. And she is an alert lady, and she's very proud of the council. She's given many compliments to the work that we've done. And I believe that, for the most part, she is still watching council meetings. So we really want to extend our heartfelt best wishes to her for this 105th birthday. Congratulations, and the city, the council, we all applaud you, and we are so happy to celebrate this birthday with you. So, Ms. Carnes, please take a bow on our behalf. We love you.
Thank you very much, and amen. We give the floor now to Councilman William Parker, Jr. to introduce this evening's invocation.
Thank you, Brother President, and Happy New Year to each and every one of you. We pray that you've had a nice holiday season. It's now back to the business of the city, and with that in mind, I've asked Bishop Teresa Lee of the New Birth International Church to bring us our New Year's invocation.
All right, thank you. I'm opening up the prayer for 2025 for the City Council. What an honor. It's an honor. Thank you so very much. So, Father, as we begin to pray, let's bow our heads. Father God, we come to you tonight. What can we say but thank you for allowing us to enter into a new year, 2025. God, I thank you because you didn't have to do it. You could have called us home. But God, we are here. I know without a doubt that we are here because there is a purpose. We know that the enemy have a plot. But God, you have a purpose for our life. Amen. You have a purpose for this city. You have a purpose for our city council. You have a purpose for our mayor. You have a purpose for our government. Father, you have a purpose for the citizens of this city. So, God, we thank you right now, and we give your name glory and honor as we enter into this meeting tonight with purpose. We thank you, God, for what you're going to do and what our ears will hear and what our eyes will witness. We thank you for it even now in Jesus' name. Father, I pray tonight that you be glorified and that you get the honor in everything that we say and that we do. You said in your word, let us reason together. So, God, we're here tonight to reason together, coming together as one. In the name of Jesus, so we give your name glory, we give your name honor, and Father, we give your name praise. Thank you for every city council. Thank you for our mayor. Thank you for our government. God, we thank you for it now. And Father, thank you even tonight to witnessing the celebration of this sweetheart that have turned 100+ years old. In Jesus' name, thank God. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We now, as a community, hold a moment of silence for those who have recently departed, our neighbors who we've learned have passed away. We offer their names now: Coretta Brown, Beverly Brown Coyne, Johnny Bullock, Katie Campbell, Joan Chun Gary, Gary Davis, Kim Dixon, Ann Donovan, Judith Figa, Virginia Freeberry Mueller, Moises Gomez, Teresa Griffin, Johnny Herron, John Holland, Brenda Huber, Keela Johnson, Derek Jones, Michael Kruschel, Faye Kruszewski, Joyce Lindsay, Anthony Martinez Bevan, Gordon McIntosh, Marvin McVicker, Crystal Miller, Barbara Miracle, Linda Nichols Purvis, Howard Phelps, Brenda Price, Frank Stabley, Nathaniel Terrell, Georgia Thomas, Donna Van Houten, and Susan Weiler Schenk. Please join us in a moment of silence in their memory. And I do want to make of personal note that from the City Council, one of these names being read at far too young of an age, just 40 years old, our colleague, Councilman Mikhail Goodman, lost his mother over the holiday season, and that is Ms. Keela Johnson's name that is read as well. Please join us as a community for a moment of silence in all of their honor. Thank you very much. Clerk Doyle, roll call of City Council members.
Carrington,
Present.
Goodman,
Here.
James,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
McGinnis,
Present.
Parker,
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, all members are present and voting. Do we have a motion now to approve this evening's agenda?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford and seconded by Councilwoman Jones. There are a number of amendments that I know council members wanted to consider. So now that the main agenda approval is before us, I'm going to read the changes that have been requested from council members, and we'll see if there's a motion in a second to make those changes in one fell swoop. Removing from the consent agenda item I, the resolution requesting an updated vehicles list since we have received it. Adding a special presentation on winter weather extended hours for the Bowen Senior Center in July. Adding a special presentation, just getting the word out about Winterfest at the Pontiac City Hall grounds this Saturday, January 11th. Removing the ordinance first reading for the 43 East Columbia conditional rezoning, currently number 5. Removing the ordinance for first reading places of assembly, the current number 6. Moving to consent agenda, and I can recap these when we get to that part of the agenda if they're adopted, but moving number 8 to the consent agenda, which would post notice for the community development block grants funding from HUD. This is just posting the notice of a budget amendment. Adding these 3 discussions: Pontiac Neighborhood and Mini Parks Improvement Status Update, Pontiac Urban Wetland Restoration Grant Funding Opportunity, Pontiac Notre Dame Preps state athletic accomplishments, and then adding 2 communications about the carbon monoxide detectors program applications open, and that the District 5 monthly meeting is this Thursday, January 9th at 5 p.m. Is there a motion to amend the agenda?
Before that, Mr. Punt, I'd updated the agenda, so the property, the vehicle list was already taken off the agenda.
Okay, perfect.
So I is actually something else.
All right, so that first item I capsulated, it had already been accomplished by the clerk's office.
Point of
But
information?
Yes.
So we already moved it about the assembly thing tonight. We're not going to discuss it at all, correct?
if this motion
I made
passes,
the
yes.
motion. I just want to make sure.
Okay.
All right.
So it's been moved by Councilman Rutherford. Is there a second
I second.
to make these amendments? Moved by Rutherford, second by Carrington. It would add 2 special presentations, remove 2 ordinances, move number 8 to the consent agenda, add 3 discussions, and add 2 communications. And I'll recap that as we keep getting to those sections, since I know that's a lot. Everyone clear on those changes to the agenda? Hearing no discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the proposed amendments, plural, to the agenda.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. So we're back to adoption of the agenda as amended. Any other corrections, amendments, discussion? Hearing none, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the agenda as amended.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amended agenda is adopted, and we shall proceed handling the people's business. First is the approval of the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman Jones, that we approve this evening's consent agenda. I will read what is included in this evening's consent. A, City Council meeting minutes from December 17th, 2024. B, resolution recognizing Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day on January 20th, 2025 in the city of Pontiac. C, resolution honoring the service of Pastor Laura Kelsey at First Presbyterian Church of Pontiac. She has announced that she will be departing that congregation and will be moving to a new location in Detroit at the Jefferson Avenue Presbyterian Church. So we want to salute her many community service activities with her congregation and through the community. D, resolution requesting written update on the expending of council-established homelessness prevention resources in the city of Pontiac. E, resolution calling for consistent time windows and posted hours of access for the recycling station at Pontiac City Hall. F, resolution requesting written response and timeline from administration on workforce development strategies for the city of Pontiac. G, resolution requesting written response and timeline from administration on crafting of a city of Pontiac community benefits ordinance. H, resolution approving the Department of Public Works to procure one Ford F-250 pickup with upfitting for the sanitation division for a total cost and not to exceed amount of $54,028, previously in a already budgeted category. I, resolution to authorize a public hearing regarding the redevelopment of the former Casa del Rey apartment site. That will be in 2 weeks at the next City Council meeting. That public hearing would be taking place should this pass. J, resolution to authorize a public hearing to approve a Neighborhood Enterprise Zone, or NEZ, exemption certificate under Public Act 147 for the property located at 454 Auburn Avenue, which is in Pontiac, Michigan, currently vacant land. Lighthouse is proposing building of a new 5-story apartment building. This public hearing would be set for the next regular City Council meeting, January 21st. K, resolution concurring with the provisions of a brownfield plan adopted by the Oakland County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority for the Carlisle Townhomes. That's located at New York Avenue and Carlisle at the former Weaver School that's come before City Council before. We approved it already. This is just confirming about that decision from the Brownfield Authority as well. And then the final item in the consent agenda, as amended by City Council, it is the resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish notice of a budget amendment in the amount of $1,473,045 for the Grants and Philanthropy Department to accept the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, for pre-approved community development projects. That's related to CDBG funding coming back in-house. This is just posting the notice. It'll be back before us in 2 weeks to consider the main budget amendment. So those are the items in the consent agenda. It's been moved and seconded. Hearing no items being pulled from the consent agenda, roll call and adoption of the consent agenda. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker, Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda and those items are approved. Next is the annual election of City Council President and City Council President Pro Tem. Our annual rules and procedures of City Council call for that to be done annually at the first meeting. We turn the floor over now to Clerk Doyle, for he will be facilitating that action as he does every year. With that, Clerk Doyle, Council President selection, if you want to call for nominations and all that.
So are there any nominations?
Yes, I have a nomination. I nominate Mike McGinnis for president.
Second. Are there any other nominations? Okay, then the nominations are closed. Oh, sorry. Oh, we have to
We gotta
first
do the-
finish.
Gotta finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna do pros. I was.
Keeping it spicy.
Okay, so we'll take the vote for Council President Mike McGinnis. James
Yes.
McGinnis,
I'll vote yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
All right, so that motion carries. Thank you very much, Clerk Doyle, for conducting that, but more importantly, thank you to my colleagues for the honor and the burden of making sure that we handle this coming year very effectively. Just for the sake of keeping continuity, though, we'll let Clerk Doyle conduct the pro tem process too, but truly, thank you. It's been a heavy but accomplished year.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me, Council President. I just wanted to say that Clerk Doyle did not call my name. He called James twice.
Oh, okay.
And I
I'm sorry.
would still vote yes, so we can keep the notes as is.
Oh, I thought I called your name.
Thank you for
first.
correcting the record on that.
Thank you. I thought I called Jones first. Okay, so much. I apologize. Are there any nominations for President Pro Tem? I think Parker.
You want me to do? I nominate Pro Tem Carrington for Pro Tem again.
Okay.
I second it.
Second by Rutherford. Are there any other nominations for President Pro Tem? Okay, so then the nominations are closed. I'll call the roll for Carrington for President Pro Tem. McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. That motion was unanimous. Pro Tem William A. Carrington has been elected Pro Tem for the year to come. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, President McGinnis. I'd first like to thank my colleagues for trusting the next year. Me as President Pro Tem, we have a lot of different things that we've been working on over the last 3 years. And I'm really hoping that we see a lot of this in profusion as we this year gets started. We have a great team. We have a team that is dedicated to the city, a team that is dedicated to the districts, and we look forward to continually to demonstrate this throughout the city of Pontiac. So I look forward to this year. Thank you.
A round of applause for the Pro Tem's reelection. All right, so that annual item of business is handled. At the next regular city council meeting, which is January 21st, we will adopt our annual rules and procedures for the city council as well. The meeting schedule for this year was adopted last month. You can find that online. We can answer that question for you as well. But per the changes in the city charter, we no longer are required to hold a meeting each week. So we've been, since that was the vote of the people, we've been working to implement that, and this year's calendar reflects that. So it's more so every other week or twice a month rhythm that we'll keep assessing if we need to add more meetings from there, but that's the schedule as was set by this body. All right, with that, we are now at public comment. Councilwoman Jones will be reading names this week. Councilwoman, are there any requests for public comment this evening?
Yes, there are. First up would be Mr. Kermit Williams, followed by Ms. Linda Watson.
Congratulations, President McGinnis, Pro Tem Carrington. I know you guys will do your best to serve City Council and Deputy Mayor. I didn't want to use my 5 seconds on that, but one of the things I want to talk to you about is the employee sick time policy. that is capping employees at 80 hours, which I believe not only is a detriment to city workers, but it shows a bad precedent where our city leader is in Africa somewhere today, and our regular employees couldn't take that time. Some of these people have banked years up to 200 hours, and to only pay them out for 80 is a travesty. I think one of the reasons that public servants are underpaid is always because they get good benefits to go with it. And to take away a benefit that they worked for without giving them not only due notice, and all of the city employees are at will, because if they were unionized, they probably would be at the meeting today arguing for themselves. But I don't want any retaliation or any backlash from it. I would ask the city council not to do that. And then with my last minute and a half, I want to talk about the item that you're going to vote on today to cap the time that rental places can be open as a venue. First, I want to know the logic behind it, and I'm hoping that the city council is focusing on it because of safety, and if that's the case, then it should be a cap, or they should close down bad actors based on the number of phone calls and frequency they're getting. But to make a blanket statement, especially when a lot of minority business owners have recently got into the rental space, is not the right precedent we want to set for this New Year's. We have a lot of great challenges that we're dealing with in the city of Pontiac, and taking money out of people's pockets is not the way to start the year off. So I hope nobody got coal in their stocking over Christmas, and I hope that you look at this and really evaluate what needs to be done for the people and the citizens of Pontiac, especially the retailers that's there. Because it sets a bad dichotomy. If you're going to cap rental spaces at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, and you're going to let bars be open downtown to 2 o'clock in the morning, that doesn't seem fair to me. And I think that if you're going to do it, you need to do it not by putting a zoning ordinance amendment in, but you need to set some policies and procedures for the quality that's there. And I wish that you would be doing a city audit of some of this spoiled meat and other things in gas stations before you try to shut down people who are just trying to make legitimate money. Thank you so much, and have a great year.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Next up, Ms. Linda Watson, followed by Mr. Marcus Bowman.
To everything there is a season. That's my favorite Bible verse. And we're in a season. I usually come up and talk about GERDs, but I think I've done what I'm supposed to do. And I'm going to let it go and let God take care of that. The retirees, if they want that $400, they need to show up. In this world right now, I recall learning about Reconstruction, and I'm a baby boomer, so I remember the Jim Crow laws. We've returned to that. I didn't want to go back, but this is where we are. But I'll survive, because I know how. But the younger generation, days are coming. You need to be prepared for that. I also want to talk about the election season coming up. We're going to get bombarded with candidates and flyers, brochures, and all of that. I'm hoping that we're more engaged and looking at what they have done, at least in the year before they decide to run? Have they done their homework? How many meetings have they attended to find out how things are done? We realize that the council, the first year is on the job training. By the second year, they know a little bit more. The third year, they're actually working. So at this time, I do want to say I'm very impressed with this council in the year that I have closely watched you. And so I'm trying to encourage our citizens to get out to vote and be knowledgeable about the candidates. You cannot wait till the last minute and go by name recognition. We shouldn't be voting a popularity contest.
That does conclude your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Next, we have Mr. Marcus Bowman, followed by Mr. Rick Davis. David.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to start off by saying Happy New Year to everyone in attendance, everyone watching at home. It's been a long, long year, and I'm glad that we're in a new year now. So I'd like to say Happy New Year to that. I'm here on behalf of MIP 100 to make an announcement regarding our next up-and-coming meeting this Saturday, January the 11th. We will have our Oakland County Executive, Dave Coulter, in attendance, speaking on a few things that are coming down the pipeline with Pontiac and the county. So I'd like to cordially invite all of the men in the community to come out. We'll be hosting this event at the Crowfoot, downtown Pontiac. If any of those who don't know, feel free to reach out to me or stop me before I leave. And then I also would like to say that if any men do decide to come in attendance, we ask you to be there promptly at 10 a.m., business casual if possible. We will be food served, and we will plan on having a Q&A session as well with the county executive. So this would be a great moment and a great opportunity for those who haven't had an opportunity to engage with some of our county executive capacity. You have an opportunity to engage with them, answer some questions, ask some questions, and have a good time and a good gathering. This will be our first event of 2025 and many more to come. So I'd just like to thank you all for allowing me the time and opportunity, and you all have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Next up, Mr. Rick David, followed by Mr. Carlton Jones.
Good evening, City Council, administration, and community members, both in the chambers and watching on the cable. As I near my 79th birthday, I find that I need to put these comments in writing rather than ramble on. Keeps me focused. So here goes. In crafting a message, there's a suggestion to do the following. Tell them what you're going to tell them, then you tell them, and finally you tell them what you told them. My New Year's wish for our individuals inside and outside government is to work hard to lower the temperature surrounding our civic dialogue. I would invite folks to Google the Pew Research Organization. You may hear that name on occasion. Their surveys show what little support there are for the many institutions at all levels of our society. That's so important. Having said that, institutions are designed to serve the people more effectively and provide accountability. Remember that due primarily to a series of outside emergency managers, our city is in a deep hole. Changing that reality will take some time. A challenge of all post-industrial cities. We are fortunate, more fortunate than most, i.e. Gary, Indiana, that our city is surrounded by resources and county leaders who want to help Pontiac. The current administration and city council were elected to move towards solutions and away from the dysfunction that occurred in spades during the last council and mayor tenure. The current city council president used the analogy of multiple airplanes that need to be landed in a reasonable time. My reading is that he meant there are a number of functions and items that need to land, perhaps 8 or so. We can clearly identify a few: American Rescue Plan, for example, it needs to be finalized. The hiring of an accounting leader and the satisfaction that our financial picture is reasonably well shaped. The movement of the county downtown. The marijuana issue is reasonably solved, and many more. We should expect to hear about the progress through a joint presentation on what airplanes are in the air and plans to land each, followed by periodic updates. I'm not expecting to get an equivalent of a grade A for each item. To borrow Governor Whitmer's words, just land the damn planes. As you may remember at West Point, the military academy, the first in the class and the last in the class are both recognized. Both will be serving as leaders. There's no difference. So I ask you to help lower the temperature in both little and big ways, that together we can land the planes finally on a different message. That's that. On a different message, though, I would like to recognize and thank Deborah and Lisa for their work in the development area along with the grants area. I wish you the best.
Thank you, Mr. David. We are now on Carlton Jones, followed by Bishop Teresa Lee.
Good evening and Happy New Year to everybody. Excited about Pontiac as always. And I agree with Rick that we have a lot of opportunities here. A lot of opportunities. And I just want to say this before I get into some of the information I want to share. One of the things I found out when I came back to Pontiac from being reared here and schooled here, some of the folks told me that it was very challenging to come back home and really make a difference. It's something about the city that did not always like to recognize its own and promote its own and get behind its own and take care of its own. We have to change that, because our good talent does not desire to want to be here because of that. It goes other places. And the fact of the matter is that I've been sharing for a long time about the economic situation of Pontiac. If we continuously put our head in the ground about the economic side of Pontiac individuals, income levels, that's the economic part. We all know that COVID came along and it hurt a lot of people. The federal government stepped forward and tried to help people. We have to have our government do the same for our people here. People in Pontiac need help. It was evident when we put out a request for home improvement. It came out by the tons. It was evident when it came out for small business. Didn't have enough money to do it. It was evident when we said that we needed workforce development. And we delayed on that, and I'm just going to say we delayed on that, and that's a real economic issue for us in Pontiac. But I want to share some data so people don't think that this right here is just talk. It was stated, significant number of workers who reside outside of Pontiac commute into the city of Pontiac to work. In fact, there are more commuters that drive to Pontiac for work than there are workers residing in the city of Pontiac. In 2021, 31,553 non-Pontiac residents drove to Pontiac to work. That means 92.9% people come from outside Pontiac to make a living for their homes, their households, and we don't support our own. It's an issue that each elected official should take at heart and run with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Next, Bishop Teresa Lee, followed by Pastor Kathy Desero.
Good evening again to our city council, our mayor, and to the citizens of Pontiac, to the ones that's watching us on cable. I just want to again announce myself, Bishop Teresa Lee, pastor of New Birth International Church here in the city of Pontiac. Sunday, I believe it was, I received a telephone call, and it was from our own city councilman, William Parker, and it was an urgency concerning the homeless, and that they needed some help concerning having a place for the people that are less fortunate or whatever the problems going on in their life. And we talked about it, and he called again, and I think it was yesterday that there was an urgency for some accommodations for the homeless. And, you know, we said yes. We just went beyond the protocol of church. We just went on and said yes because of the urgency. Last night, I was so impressed with our city council to see our city council, Melody Refford, there, and they had this big, huge truck bringing in mattress and material that was needed for these homeless people. And I watched them, and I saw our own president, Mike McGinnis. He was carrying boxes, and the compassion and to see the emotions that were in their heart concerning and what was really, really needed. And our own Councilman District 6, Carrington, was on the phone, and he was concerned. Everyone was so concerned, and my heart was just really lifted to see that we have a city council that is really concerned concerning the people that are homeless in this city. And my heart, I was so touched with that. I think we need to do something. There's something, and I want to let you know that New Birth, we have a space there, that New Birth, that we're accommodating about, I believe, 15 people, that they brought beddings, and right now they're bringing food over. They have started, have a staff together that's working so that not one other person that's on the street freeze, because I'm just not hearing that another person died from being exposed out here to this environment. So we as a community really need to come together, because, you know, I don't want to just hear that, because this is the second person, my understanding, that have been exposed to. A couple of weeks ago or so, somebody had by that that barn, that red barn. They was exposed to the element, and they passed away. My prayer is that please, let's come together and let's reason together so we can make something happen in this city.
That does conclude your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Teresa Lee. Next, Pastor Kathy Desero, followed by Ellie Phillips.
First of all, I'd like to say how sorry I am about your mom, Mikkel. That's a tragedy. I had some points that I was going to bring up about we're walking into a new year. We're jumping into a new year. We're already a week into this new year. But there's a lot of things left over, some of which have been left over for a very, very long time. And maybe this new year we should purpose to get rid of some of these by closing them out, finishing them. And at the top of my list is retirees. These people have waited far, far too long to have this issue settled. And they came to work. They worked and helped everybody in this building and their families. And they are going without, literally, because we can't seem to get it together. Maybe 2025 might be that year. Please. Some things seem to be more important than others. I know we need to have fun. I know it costs money to have festivals and parades and parties, and we all love them, and we all go, and we all have a good time. But we got kids living in cars. Over 200 kids, closer to 300, living in cars. Might that not be a little more important? Councilman Rutherford makes sure every year that some of our kids have coats and gloves, as do some of the churches in town. Reach out to our children. We've got kids that are hurting people, and you wonder why they grow up angry? Because what have we done for them? We talk about it. We don't do anything about it. These kids should not be living in cars at all. We've got how many empty buildings in this town? A whole lot. Can't somebody who owns some of these buildings step up and provide housing for children? Would you want your 7-year-old living in a car? Would you want your 8-year-old taking care of the baby who lives in the car with him while you try to get a job? This is not who we are, folks. We are better than that. We are people who claim to be Christian people, whatever our faith or however we walk that out. And yet this continues to go on. We need to stop it for the new year.
Thank you, Pastor Kathy. Next, Ellie Phillips, followed by D. Stevens.
Thank you. What I want to say is I've lived in the city of Pontiac since 1984, living over on Joslin. Moved in my present home 2005, so I'm in District 4. Very happy with my district. I don't want to move. Not that I don't like District 3, but I think that I have Kathleen James as my district person who is very advocating in my district. We're part of the Oakland County or the Pontiac Oaks Advisory Committee. We have the park that's right behind me. I'm the only street west of Telegraph. And I think that we need to keep District 4 intact. We need to keep District 4 Councilwoman on District 4 and near the park because great things are happening there, and we need a great advocate along with myself because the property is right behind me, and I just like Plan B for myself and others that have been advocating for our district in the last year. So that is what I wanted to say tonight, that I believe we need a good advocate for the parks here in District 4 to keep us there. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Ma'am, how do I pronounce your name? Delana. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Next, Delana Stevens, followed by Jason Adams.
I am Delana Stevens, the founder and executive director of the House of Angels, which is a domestic violence organization located here in Pontiac. I just wanted to bring to your attention that even though we're only the 7th day in the month of January, so far I have received over 15 calls for domestic violence cases where the people don't have nowhere to go, the shelters is full, it's like they can't get a hold of particular resources to be able to assist them. I'm asking for y'all help again because it's hard, it's challenging because as you heard the other people talking about, the kids is living in the cars because the women don't want to go back to the house because if they go back to the house, they end up getting abused again or they could be killed. As we can see right now, here in Detroit, the woman is missing. Her name is Ashley. She's missing. The guy came to her home acting like he was one of her clients, and now she's missing 2 days later and nobody can find her. That's another domestic violence case. How many more cases or how many more women have to die because they don't have nowhere to go? And I know we're focused on the homeless and things like that, But at the same time, you could utilize my organization if you want to go homeless or domestic violence. But my passion is domestic violence, being a survivor of domestic violence and sexual assault. Kids are being molested. I have 3 young ladies right now whose kids have been molested by the fathers. So it's challenging dealing with these women, and they don't have nowhere to go. And I don't have all the money in the world to be able to save everybody, but I'm just saying, like, I need y'all help because these women are suffering. That's it. Oh, and Happy New Year's.
God bless you, Ms. Stevens. Jason Adams, followed by Mr. Chris Northcross.
Wanted to thank each and every one of you sitting up on that panel tonight for the hard job what you guys are doing. You guys took over 3 years ago from a city council which was pretty much broken and not even talking. I see a lot of changes here in Pontiac. I want to commend each one of you up on that panel. My reason tonight for approaching the panel is regarding proposals A and B. I just want to express I think it's best for our area, the area I live in, what you adopt proposal A. That's all I have to say, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Chris Northcross, followed by Ms. Darlene Clark.
Good evening, esteemed council and citizens. And I too have to voice my appreciation for all the hard work you ladies and gentlemen have put in over the past year. Some difficult items, you've met them head on. Bravo, continue to do that. Now, I want to also bring to your attention, and these are flyers I'll be passing around in other places, about the Optimist Club of Pontiac. And we're having our 13th annual chili cook-off. Save the date, Saturday, February the 15th, from 11 to 2 p.m., and this is going to be held at the VFW on Cesar Chavez, 800 Cesar Chavez. That is VFW 1370, a renowned VFW. And I believe 2 years ago, one of their members was designated Member of the Year by the National VFW. This is a great time to make old friends and meet old friends and make new friends. Again, it's going to start at 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we're also looking for those who think they are good chili chefs. We're looking for, last year we had, I think it was 12 entries, some just outstanding flavors and things that were there. Also, the time that you had to share with others was just great. So again, save this date, Saturday, February the 15th, 11 to 2 p.m. And if you'd like to enter in a chili, contact me. I'm at 248-390-8299, and I'm also going to try and get on your public announcement list, so there'll be contacts there. And I do have tickets. Oh, tickets, by the way, are $15. Thank you. And again, bravo for a wonderful year, and y'all hang in there. And also to the public, I'm impressed with the way that Pontiac has come forward. I think we have something here. What is it? Ujamaa Cooperative Economics? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Northcross. Next, Ms. Darlene Clark, followed by Ms. Gloria Miller.
She's not here. Okay. Good afternoon, Administration, Council. First, let me say Happy New Year to each and every one of them. I'm talking now as a resident. Councilman Goodman, you have my deepest sympathy for your loss. Just before recess for going down, the mayor brought to the attention what to do with the chief statue that's sitting on Wide Track. The conclusion that the engineers came to was to put it in storage. Is it possible that you could take, it's a beautiful item, number one, and number two is that's one of two chiefs that we have left to represent the city of Pontiac, and to store it away to be forgotten is, to me, is a Travis. As you come into Pontiac on Woodward, right where it says "Welcome to Pontiac" sign, since it's not a lit up sign, maybe you consider putting it in a place and like there or somewhere else where the people can still see that chief. We're losing a lot of, with the new emblem that you have, logo that you have, we're losing a lot of that chief that we really, really worked hard for, and people ahead of me work hard for. Also, the people have spoken, and Councilman, it has been brought, I have brought this to your attention many and many times. With people looking from other states, the power is in your hand. For 3 years, you have been back and forth showing the people, each state, and I'm not going to name the states of the people of your authority, that you show less authority that you have. Now, and you say you want to be transparent, but therefore you still not. And why I say this, because you have shelters that need to be placed, but Pontiac has so much property and they selling it off instead of putting it to good use for homeless shelters. You letting outside sources come in here to put in bed in our city, and like Carlton Jones say, give it to the residents of Pontiac. Make Pontiac a whole, because we're not whole. We pay our taxes, but we get nothing for it. The people come here and ask the same questions over and over again for the last 3 years. They have not been resolved. As one person said, let's land that airplane to get these problems down. Now you on your 4th year, you ready for a re-election. Though you may be secure and think maybe, hey, I'm going to win, but think about it, because right now, what can you really show the strength that you have given to the residents of Pontiac?
Thank you, Ms. Darlene Clark. I don't believe Ms. Gloria Miller is here, so, Council President, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. We did receive one written public comment. It is from resident Gladys Smith. She writes, last year, in February of 2024, a piece of artwork was dedicated to the city of Pontiac and was hung at the Ruth Peterson Senior Center. The piece is a community project that was touched by approximately 100 seniors during the parade of 2023. It is beautiful and should be displayed proudly. It was dedicated to Ruth Peterson because of all the hard work the seniors of Ruth Peterson provided during and for the parade. It was a blank canvas that was colored in by seniors from Auburn Hills, Pontiac, Walled Lake, and Waterford. It was an honor to receive it, so it should be hung for everyone entering the building to see. It is a conversation piece. I have asked several people to have the art hung in the front of the building or in the main area, not in the far back where it is not appreciated. I am publicly asking that the art is displayed so people can see it and appreciate it. Thank you. And that was public comment submitted by Gladys Smith. And with that, that concludes public comment. We are now at special presentations. The first is making sure the community is aware for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day celebrations taking place throughout the community. We give the floor to Councilman Parker to highlight those items so everyone's aware.
Thank you, Brother President. Just so everyone is there, we certainly want to recognize and honor the historical reverence of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and what he means to not only our culture but to the world at large. And so in honor of that, on January 19th at 4 p.m., the Oakland County Ministerial Fellowship will be sponsoring a Emancipation and a Martin Luther King celebration at the New Mount Moriah Church at 4 p.m. That's at 4 p.m. on January 19th. The Oakland County Ministerial Fellowship will be sponsoring a Martin Luther King celebration at New Mount Moriah Church off of, I think it's off of Walton. I don't know the exact address, but it is off of Walton. Please come and help us celebrate. And if you can't make it on the 19th, on the 20th, the GPCC will be sponsoring a Martin Luther King. First, we will start with a march from in front of the Phoenix Center, march down to the McLaren Hospital, where there will be a brunch and service. And if you can't make that celebration, you can also join them. If you look at your program, you look at your thing, it is listed in the program in our agenda today. The Greater Pontiac Coalition will be offering an annual luncheon Monday, January 20th, 2025 at the Center Point Marriott, beginning at 11:30 a.m. luncheon at 12 to 12:30 p.m. New Mount Moriah is at 3, thank you, Pastor James, 313 Walton across from the Dollar Tree. So if you want to attend the Oakland County Fellowship Celebration on the 19th, that will be at New Mount Moriah at 313 Walton Avenue across from the Dollar Tree. If you want to come down and celebrate with us on the Monday morning, we begin about 9:30 in front of the Phoenix Center, marching down to the McLaren Hospital, where they will have a celebration inside the McLaren Hospital lobby. And then from there, you can go down at 11:30 and celebrate with the Greater Pontiac Community Coalition at the Center Point Marriott from 11:30 and 12:30 luncheon to about 2:30 p.m. You do have to purchase tickets, and you want to purchase the tickets, they can be purchased from the Welcome Missionary Baptist Church and the members of the Greater Pontiac Community Coalition. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any discussions on that special presentation? Hearing no further discussion, and we look forward to seeing the community come out to those respective opportunities. We are at number 2. We want to make sure that the administration's updated information reaches the community on workforce development, child care, and literacy. There's a proposal application window with an updated deadline of January 31st, 2025. Deputy Mayor and your team, if anyone wants to be able to speak to that.
Thank you, Council President. So as Council President said, the application window for ARPA dollars for child care, literacy, and workforce development has been extended to January 31st. If your organization has already applied, you do not need to reapply. We have your application. If your organization has applied and applied specifically only for workforce development dollars and would like to reapply and would like to also include literacy proposals or change your proposal, you are welcome to do that, but you do not need to reapply. We do have our manager of the program in the audience if there's anything additional that you think needs to be added. No, she says it has been covered.
Okay. Thank you. Any discussion at this point? I do want to highlight that in the consent agenda, the council has adopted a resolution calling for a written timeline and response on workforce development strategies for the city of Pontiac. So that way we can understand once the application window closes, what does that mean? When can applicants hear? When will city council be presented with the question? And then when can the funding be distributed? But also more broadly, city council is eager as a priority for this coming year, as it was for last year, and we felt that there wasn't movement on workforce development. We want to see broader strategies, not just limited to this funding window, that there's a great need for developing and cultivating the workforce in our city, and we want to see that there's comprehensive strategies throughout the community that are taking place beyond just this specific funding window. Any further discussion on this special presentation? All right, now we are at the next special presentation, winter weather emergencies, to ensure that the community knows that when it comes to the Bowen Senior Center at 52 Bagley Street for the month of January, the hours have been extended and the days have been extended. So every day, 7 days of the week, including the federal holiday of Dr. King's birthday, is 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. at the Bowen Senior Center. So that way during the daytime, there's a warming center option for these extreme cold days. So the administration made that decision. City Council was advocating for it, so we're really grateful they've taken that action. So we want to make sure the word has gotten out that that is the case, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Deputy Mayor, is there anything further you'd like to elaborate on?
No, you've got it.
Okay. And I know my council colleagues, as you heard in public comment already, has worked hard to try and expand for the evening hours, so that way the capacity beyond the existing shelters, there's other capacity for late night warming options. I give the floor to Councilwoman Rutherford to speak on this topic.
Yes, so Deputy Mayor, just so that we have clarity, is there a way that we can put the information up about the temporary shelter we have on the social media website so people know how to get there? I'm referring to what we have going on in New Birth. I yield to the Deputy Mayor.
So, Councilwoman Rutherford, according to our current social media policy, anything that is not directly funded or a part of the city, we do not advertise. However, if you're telling me that it is in conjunction with the city council.
It's in conjunction.
We can definitely.
It's in conjunction. Thank you.
All right, and that's the temporary center, warming center.
Warming center.
Correct my,
We do
because I
centers. We
want
don't
no
have
smoke.
shelters.
Warming center.
Yeah.
All right.
Make sure it's clear,
Yes, sir.
so we don't violate any other laws.
So again, in January, Bowen Senior Center, the whole month, 7 days a week, Monday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Please make sure anyone who isn't yet aware of that gets that word if that could be helpful. And as Councilman Rutherford and Bishop Lee highlighted, in the immediate term, in the near future, New Birth International Church is providing some late night warming options as well. Hearing no, yes, sir, Councilman Parker.
And I know each and every one of, thank you, Brother President, and I know each and every one of you this is a hot button issue for each and every one of you, so I would ask that you would call New Birth International Baptist Church and volunteer your services to come and help. You can help with food, you can donate money, you can help with your time, but if it's going to be a community project, let's just get the community involved in it. Everybody comes and complain about what we're not doing. Why don't you put some, ideas need legs, put your leg with your idea and come help us out to be able to man this place. Thank you, Bishop, for giving us an opportunity to have a place where we can do something, and she needs assistance, we need donations of food, we need all kinds of stuff. Sometimes we need somebody to come and shovel the snow out of the parking lot. Amen, somebody. So
Amen.
if you're going to talk about it on the mic, come and help us out in the street.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it back over to you.
Further discussion on the special presentation, Councilman Rutherford.
And so, just so you know, we have 4-hour increments where we need volunteers. We are short for Friday because I have from 8 to 12, so we need some men to come in from 12 to 4. We just need you to be able to know how to serve the homeless population. So we're working in 4-hour increments, and then I'm again volunteering on Saturday, so we need some other volunteers to be there. I know Carrington's doing Wednesday, Parker's doing Thursday, Friday, Mike is doing Saturday, so we need more than us to do it because we have to run 4-hour increments so that people don't get wore out from serving. So that's all I wanted to let you know. So it doesn't have to do all night. 4 hours is all we need per person. So I appreciate y'all for trying to step up to it. Thank you.
Further discussion on the special presentation? Hearing none. The final special presentation is a heads up. The city's youth recreation programs are offering Winterfest again this Saturday, January 11th, here at the City Hall grounds this Saturday, January 11th from 5 to 8 p.m. Deputy Mayor Stevens, anything you'd like to highlight in terms of the offerings?
Yeah. So as Council President said, the Winterfest is happening again. Those of you who were here last year or in previous years know that we have ice skating, we have local vendors who come out, we have hot chocolate. To make it a little bit more hospitable, because we never know what the January weather is going to present, the vendors will actually be inside the building this year, but we will still have all of the other activities, and we'll look forward to seeing you.
Further discussion on that special presentation? Councilman Rutherford.
What's the hours and times?
It is this Saturday from 5 to 8 p.m.
And what's the cost to anybody?
Oh, it is free to attend.
One more time for the road?
It is free to attend.
There you go. Thank you.
All right, any final discussion? Hearing none, we now move to public hearing. What was number 3 on the printed agenda, seeking community feedback on council redistricting map proposals. So the people of Pontiac voted this August to revise the city charter, and with that, it keeps the form of government, it keeps the number of city council members, but changes the number of districts from 7 to 6 with 1 at-large city council person. So that election took place in August. It was certified end of August, beginning of September. We enlisted a professional map maker in September and was able to get that through the attorney review. And before City Council adopted in October, they began drafting maps of what that would mean, so that way it's even in population, it is compact, and ensures racial representation of racial minority groups concentrated in different parts of the city, specifically African American and Hispanic residents. So those are the 3 main legal requirements in the charter and in law. And so 5 map versions were generated by this map maker who did the process for the city the decade prior. And we held a public hearing in November, shared the 5 maps through the community, and at that public hearing, and the pretty resounding feedback that City Council got was you hated all of them, that there was one, you had questions about what prompted the change, so we had to revisit the question about what the charter language is. But it was a matter of feedback that it seemed as too strong of a departure, all 5 versions. You wanted to see more of the historic maps, the previous existing council districts, even though they are required to change and there's going to be a difference, that you wanted to see different changes. So we took all that feedback that was offered at the public hearing and shared with City Council and called in and emailed, provided that to the map maker, and he updated with 2 updated versions, Proposal A and Proposal B. So we shared that when we received it in December. A public hearing was held to share and introduce them. And in the last few weeks, we've taken it on a roadshow throughout the city, so that way community members can see them, learn about the process, and then weigh in to see which version works best for you and your neighborhood. So we are at the spot. We just in the last few days, we've been spoken to a few churches. We went to the Bowen Center on Friday, the Pontiac Public Library on Saturday, a virtual session on Sunday. We were at Ruth Peterson Center on Monday night. Earlier today at the Golden Opportunity Club, I presented at the Bowen Center and was able to have a long session allowing folks. We heard the public feedback. You wanted to see larger maps that were clearer, so you can literally see those here and at each of those rotating sessions. We had them for people to look up close, take photos of them, compare them next to each other. So here we are tonight. We're going to hold our 3rd public hearing during the council for you to be able to weigh in with questions, with feedback. We encourage you to lobby and advocate for what you think works best. So tonight, we want to hear from you. Is it A? Is it B? Or is it one of those options and you still want to see some tweaks? That is helpful feedback. The council may determine that the public's weighed in, the people have a good sense of where we're at, and that vote could be held tonight, or it can be in 2 weeks' time at our next city council meeting, or if time still is needed, it can keep moving forward. But our next regular city council meeting is January 21st. The one after that is February 4th. The city charter that was adopted tasked that the city council is who is required to draw. The current council is to draw the lines for this future council, for the election and the future councils to come. So that's what we're tasked to do. We want to keep carrying out that responsibility and making sure that, 1, you're informed, but 2, that you're able to help shape it, and 3, that this can be manageable and work for us. We understand that change ain't easy and sometimes is frustrating and unpleasant, but we're trying to do our part of the process. If it's tonight or in the future, no matter what map version is adopted, we recognize that there's a lot of education that's got to come after that. Over and over and over again, we're going to have to take this on the road to our respective district meetings. We've already shared them at our district meetings that have happened during the process, but we're going to have to educate all year long the clerk's office, and he can speak to that. They're going to have to mail new voter cards to every voter, make sure that all the voting locations are accessible and well distributed in the city. So there's some election work that has to happen, and then all throughout the year. And I know, for example, on the east side, people are going to 30 years from now say, what do you mean we don't live in 7? People are always going to sort of be attached with what they've known. It's going to be an ongoing education process we're going to keep working on in the years to come, and we recognize that. So that's the process. Just give you a procedural heads up where we're at. We're going to open the public hearing. Anyone can speak, and if you could state your name and address. You are not required to sign up in advance, and we can go as long as we need to make sure everyone is thoroughly heard for tonight's public hearing. So I will open it. And the time is 7:10 p.m. The public hearing on seeking community feedback on council redistricting has been opened at 7:10 p.m.
Good evening, Tamika Brown, 296 2nd Avenue, Pontiac. I have a few questions. Because we are going from 7 to 6, I would think, since the state of Michigan just did redistricting, y'all would have taken some examples from them and asked for people's opinions prior to it going to the map maker. I feel that residents weren't given an opportunity to claim their communities of interest. And now the map maker is working to try to keep those communities together by these maps instead of by the residents who would have been vocal about that. We still haven't gotten the answer clearly. How did y'all get to the 5 maps? And then then the 2 maps? I feel like the council has picked the maps that they wanted. I genuinely feel this way, and I hate that I even feel this way, that y'all are picking y'all districts. And I worked with the state of Michigan for almost 10 years on the Redistricting Commission to have it not happen like that in the state. And now in the city that I was born and raised and live in, are doing just what I fought against for a very long time. I feel that we should talk about communities of interest. People should be able to give their feedback, and then y'all go to the map maker. But I just feel like all of this is y'all coming to us after the fact. I feel like y'all did not take us into consideration in the beginning. Y'all took y'all districts, y'all took y'all political careers, and are now making us pick between A or B. If it was done correctly, y'all would have come to the residents to ask about the communities of interest before the map maker. He doesn't live here. He doesn't know this city. He doesn't know that 7 districts going into 6 is a big deal. But I just think that y'all are doing this ass backwards. Thank you.
Sam Anderson, 1091 Williamson Circle, Pontiac, Michigan. First, I want to say my condolences to a good one. I know how that feels, that I can say that. It's a hard loss, but she would be with you spiritually. I want to say this. CDBG funds, CDBG, the Citizen Council, Advisory Council, every member has a member, each district has a member to the Citizen Advisory Council that used to be over the CDBG funds that dictated what the money we were spending. So that'll be gone. 2, you guys cutting us down to maybe 3 votes. It's going to take 10 people to vote somebody in our area because you cut it down so far. First thing that should have happened is that we should have, each one of them should have went to the districts. You should have went to all the districts, see how it affects us, see what our concerns were, because my concerns and our concerns is not these people's concerns or 3 or 2 or whatever. It's different concerns. So we should have had the map maker and everybody before he went to come there, come to our district meeting and see what is what the tweaks and how we can do well by this. Also, the money that we get for different funds from the CDBG, when you change those areas, it's areas there that's not going to get any money because they don't qualify for it when you change it. Because, so that's another thing. Some people say your sidewalks and all this kind of stuff might need to be fixed, but you won't be getting it because you're in a different area. But I would like to see everybody go to a district meeting and bring it to the district so we can solve some problems. Because, rushing this is just too bad. Too bad. Excuse
me. Good evening, everyone. My name is Robert Bass, Assistant District Council located in District 1. First, I want to congratulate those that's been reinstalled as President and Pro Tem. Thank you so much for your time and efforts. I'm only going to speak to the maps that we have been able to see that was chosen from the 4. And I'm sure it was chosen by a number of people, concerns, or what have you. And I'm not going to complain about the map. I didn't like the charter revision, but I got it. Same way with the map. We're not going to be happy with the map until it's done. If it's going to be A, it's going to be A. If it's going to be B, it's going to be B. because that's what choice is. However, our choice right now is A. And like I said, we don't particularly care for it as it stands. There's a number of things that we would prefer to be changed or added. And as far as the commercial portion, the commercial portion is in map B for District 1. But when the residents look at that map and see where we would have up to Updike, all of those businesses in there, we have no control. We have no say-so. We have no even input as to how those businesses get there or what they do there. Even though it might be privately owned property, we still have a say in what happens in our districts. But you take that away from us when it comes to large commercial, because a lot of times I had very difficult time even finding out what was being built. And we're supposed to know that before it's built, not after it's built. And these maps the same way. I know they're going by the rule of thumb when it comes to...
That does conclude your time for this round, but we will give an opportunity if someone wants to speak for a second time.
Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Lee Jones. I stay at 49 Victory Drive, and I'm here about the proposals on the map. One question, it was based the change on the charter, correct? So we have to do something different than what we've done in the past. And Bass is right. You're going to pick A, you're going to pick B. We got to live with what the choices are. I support A. That's my opinion, and my opinion only, based on the less of tearing up districts and improving. But I like to switch to a different gear versus districts. If you had to look at CBG, block grant money, and how to reorganize that so everyone to benefit, our city is small. We don't have a large city. I consider our city a neighborhood. We're arguing over districts. We need to figure out how to break our city up in 4 zones. You break the city up in 4 zones and everybody be patient, every zone can be fixed based on criteria. So you look at it not politically, but look at how we can help ourselves and divide our city up into 4 sections that overlap each other, because you're doing it now, overlapping going into districts. So if we can do it on a district, we sure enough can do it with combined minds to fix 4 neighborhoods, because we have 1. Pontiac, that's small. Thanks.
Good evening. I'm Rosalind Northcross. I live at 168 Astorwood in Pontiac. I live in District 1, and Plan A is the best redistricting plan that has been presented by the council so far. Like Mr. Bass said, it's not a perfect plan, and we're not going to really be 100% happy with either one of them, but it's just like picking your poison. And in my opinion, Plan A is the best plan that has been presented so far. It's compact, and it encompasses much of what was already District 1. This is important because it is the least disruptive to the working relationships that the neighborhoods have formed over the years out of common interests, common concerns. Plan A would allow us to continue to work together in those interests as a district, and so that's why we think that Plan A best meets the needs of District 1. It's not perfect, but it is the best of the redistricting plans that have been presented. And we want to thank you for what you're doing. Keep working, because we got a long ways to go. Thank you.
Once again, good afternoon. Do I get my address right? Okay, 506 Nebraska Avenue. I got a few questions. And first, you know, when we come up here to speak about a certain thing, we're not arguing and we're not complaining. We're really trying to get to the gist of communication for all of City of Pontiac. But again, whatever District A or B you decide to choose, it's not a completion or a vote from each of the residents that we have. In each district meeting that I went to, their district does not hold the entire neighborhood or the district that they hold, of the streets that they hold, which means you're not getting the information out. When you go to the Boeing Center and the Ruth Peterson Citizen Center, you're not getting information out to the people who's not attending. Those are for senior citizens. Senior citizens do have power, but then if we're giving the power to the young people, we need to reach them as well. In mailing process, I know you feel that your website has communication, but it doesn't always have a clear communication. So my suggestion is the mailing. If you can do a lot more map mailing to give to the residents of Pontiac to help them to see what you see or even start to see their vision, that will help. The concern that the people are having that this is a last-minute decision that is being rushed through, which is accountability to show that you did make an attempt to let all the residents of Pontiac know what was going on when yet you did not. Another thing that's worrying the residents is that they're more concerned in the redistricting, though you're going by the new bylaws, what would that do to the values of the homes that they have? Turn it to 6 districts is fine if that's what the bylaws say. But then when you start taking District 1 and putting it on the east side, that becomes a problem for a lot of District 1. Not so much to say that anybody's home is any better than anyone else, but that people do work hard to invest in their homes. You need to explain to the people how will that affect their homes.
Linda Watson, 525 California. I live in District 1. I'm going with Plan A. That one stays most similar to what it is right now. It also, the boundaries are more about the secondary major streets, which I like, so people have a clear understanding. Orchard Lake is a boundary, and part of Woodward is there. Being a former deputy assessor, it does not affect the values. Your houses are going to continue to have the values that have been set. So that's my conclusion.
2 questions that people in our district have been asking. The numbers on the maps, are they population or registered voter numbers? And then we were under the impression there was a deadline, that the end of January was the deadline, and now President McGinnis is talking about still meeting in February. Is there a deadline, or has it been changed, or is it optional? And from a personal point of view, my question is, we have worked so hard as districts to build community. And now we're going to say to the people in the community, well, that was nice, but now you're going to have to meet new people and take away people, and that community didn't work. That's how they're looking at it. So it really is a problem. And I know it's not the entire community. It's a piece here and a piece there. But a lot of effort has gone into becoming community, and now we're changing it.
Teresa Lee, 347 East Wilson, Pontiac, Michigan, and I do want to give my condolences to Councilman Goodman. My heart goes out to you. I'm just standing here as one of many, I believe, and this man is just real plain and simple, and I'm confused. I'm just confused because I don't know. I'm hearing a lot, and I think I may speak for a lot of people. And I'm just confused. So I'm just going, and I'm sure there's a lot of other people that's not here, the regular residents community. I'm sure they're just as confused as I am. Thank you.
Chris Northcross, 168 Astorwood, Pontiac. Yes, the city charter has changed, significant changes, and this is but one of them. In looking at the maps, trying to envision walking forward, looking at it from the lens of a District 1 resident who's been there for a number of years, I'm choosing Plan A. I had to go through all those qualifications because I think every person that gets up here will probably have different positions that they're taking. I guess overall, I'd have to say the city charter has forced us into some big changes. This is the start. Again, I'm supporting right now Plan A from my perspective, what it does for District 1. Also, we do need to settle on something quickly so that as we get into forming the new relationships that we're going to have to form, because, you know, we're going from 7 to 6, no matter how we cut it. I think we need to get our districts defined so that we can start forming those relationships and prepare for the election that's coming up in November. Thank you.
Yeah, Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive, Pontiac, Michigan. One of the good things about coming to a public hearing is you get a chance to listen to other citizens of your city, and it brings to light a lot of information. I will just say this. Everybody might have just flew past what Lee Jones came up here and said. But I'm going to tell you, what he said made a lot more sense to me than what we're going through. Now, we may not come back around to it. We've got so many moving pieces in our city that it's hard for us to put the pieces together. And we react after the fact. And as we keep dividing ourselves up, that's what they use to say divide and conquer. And until we can kind of come together to be a smaller units to work with, we'll be much better off. Now, I'm not saying we can throw everything out the window right now, but we've got so many changes that's going to happen in our city. We're talking about a master plan changing. We're talking about bringing in more residency downtown Pontiac to make it more viable. And all these planes we talking about we got in the air right now, we're not really doing it strategically. We just handling each part separately. And that's what makes it so difficult. And when you pull it together and say, we're not this big metropolitan city, we can come down to smaller groups and say, let's work closer together. So, Lee, I think you had a great point that us still talking about 6 districts is maybe too many for us. Now, we didn't set that in our charter, but let's look at it realistically. What will it take for us to come together and build our city properly? Because I'm telling you, from what I've been watching, this city is going to change in the next 5 years, and what we're looking at right now is going to be totally different. Thank you.
Good evening, Kermit Williams, 61 Sanford Street. I want to commend the City Council for taking time to at least listen to the citizens on these 2 maps that they proposed. I'm hearing a lot of support from a particular map, but I would love to see the council come together and come up with a map C, because I think that there's a lot of good stuff in Map A, especially on the southern part of the district. But as you go to north, it seems kind of haphazard. For example, the nose area that's mentioned is really separated out, where I think with some tweaks, it could be made more fair. and actually look in a better time frame. So I see these maps, and I'm glad that y'all broke them out, and I'm glad that y'all are at least listening to the citizens. But you can't have 7 town hall meetings and come back with the same 2 identical maps. If you've been listening to citizens and they've been putting their input out, they can't just be choosing between A and B. Somebody has had to say something to you at one of these churches or one of these places where you went back to the map maker and drew some different lines. When we were on city council, yes, we had the map proposal, but we looked at lines. For example, off of Martin Luther King, which is technically District 7, but most of it is in District 6. Those people attend the District 6 meeting. Why? Because it's more congruent to their district. And I think that if you looked at some of these lines and the major changes, 3 or 4 streets could make a map that people could love a whole lot more than what you gave them. And so that what I would suggest to the citizens to say, I heard the feedback, this is the communities, and out of that, this is what we can come up with for map C versus just saying it can be A or B and take it or leave it. Because people are looking at the best options they have, not the best possible option.
Good evening. I'm Regina Campbell, 511 Bay Street, Pontiac, Michigan. I am looking forward to Map A, but my question is, over the months, Mark did a presentation about the district infill overlay, which was in District 7. Now, when we go to Map 6, which is included in District 7. So my business is in District 7 currently. I live in District 5. District 6 now will have District 7 in my home, which is considered the overlay district for the smaller homes and development that Mark went over. I'm just trying to see when we put these maps together, will that all change? Because now District 6, which is in the district overlay, District 7, which will become District 6, will be in that infill overlay district. So now does all that land that for smaller parcels that were not considered, will those be considered? Because they were originally part of District 5. So that is my question. I'm just trying to see how I can, how it all works together for us.
I'm writing down all the questions, including that one, so after the public hearing, we'll be able to address those for you.
First, my name is Veronica Tell. I live in District 7, 160 J. Hubbard Lane, Unit 1. First, I want to give condolence to Mikhail Goodman in the midst of losing his mother. I am a little upset because the city council, well, let me go back. The Charter Commission was begging people to come to the meetings that they was having. I'm glad to see all of y'all sitting in here today. But when they was putting this together they was putting it together over there at the council, on the maps over there, next to y'all to come to the Charter Commission. This room should have been filled then. That room should have been packed to give y'all input of what y'all wanted in that charter. They was steady asking, and they was begging people to come out. I didn't want to be the only one all the time sitting up in there. That is very important. It's devastating to our city when you all don't show up to the things that we need to have done to get the things we want done here in this city. In order to get them did, y'all start 2025 out of being shut up in this room now. Please show up to everything that this city is putting out to give to us. We got to vote on this stuff. We don't want late stuff brought to us, but we have to act with them in order to get things there. And we want these things changed. We got to help get change. We can't sit back and come back at the last minute. We have to be engaged at all times, not only in the elections, not only are putting people in seats. We have to be engaged if we want to save our city. District 6, I live in 7. I'm crying because I was at the charter meetings. I was sitting up there telling what I want did. And if I can show up, this city needs to show up because you all are showing
This
passion.
does conclude your time for this,
Thank you.
this option. Again, we'll allow people a second chance if you have final items to share.
Kenneth White, 491 Omar. Councilman Goodman, hearts and prayers. My hearts and prayers to you and your family. Enough has been said. I'm just in support of A. That's it.
Nicole Bowden at 80 Cherokee. I just think that we need to focus on having representation. I'm in District 2. We've had I've been here for quite a long years, and I am not the only one, but I feel like we haven't had good representation. We just have a new council person. Hopefully things will be more up and going with her. But I feel like A isn't really good for us, but B is better, but we don't, I feel like we're with losing a person to be a part of that community, you lose the one-on-one and the relationships that most people have had with their council people. And I think it's sad that we are all fighting and we're all trying to, have our voices heard, and I think that we all just don't feel like we're being heard. That's it.
Thank you. And your name again?
Nicole Bowden, 80 Cherokee.
Very good. Thank you.
Do I have to say my name and address and everything?
Sam, part 2.
Okay. I was just wanting to say, first thing, I'm on the zoning board, and I know this would affect the ways, affect the way the zoning area goes. Check that. I'm kind of in favor of A with some tweaks in it. Because I looked at 5 and, I don't care for that at all. And the last thing I want to say is that to all the people and all the council, I know it's a hard job. As sitting on the zoning board, we have meetings and we shake our head and get excited and everything else. But now is the time that let God lead you. Pray about it. Let God lead you and tell you what the Holy Spirit leads you and tell you what way you must go, and He will. And you will be successful at it. But that's the only way that I see. Let God lead us. Let's pray. Let's pray about it. And I know everybody love the city. We want to see what's best for the city. But again, I like playing A with a little bit of tweaks in it. And God bless you all.
Good evening. Patrice Waterman, 1002 Canterbury Drive. I sat here and I listened to what everybody has have to say. The charter passed. This is what the charter states that this council has to do. You've taken it to an outsider that is not really you standing up there saying the outside has said, this is how this needs to be tweaked. I am for A. I want you to know that because I think that is the best right now for this city because it encompasses everybody's district so far. So I'm just going to stand here and say, do what you need to do. You've been an oath of office to take to do what's right for this city, and right now, A is the best. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ellie Phillips at 1396 Ernest Court. And I just want to come up and say, I know everybody's saying A and they're talking about District 1, but on that map, that blue map, right to the left, to where it ends, my street is that little street, and you're taking my whole neighborhood that was across the street and you're bringing it into another district. I didn't move there. I'm part of District 4. I want to be part of District 4. You're taking and you're making Plan A, and you're taking my little street, that's District 4, right behind the park, and you're making it a whole different district, and I'm just not happy about it. So and everybody's district is important to them. So we're going to get different opinions of what's what. So, you know, the way I look at it is some districts are going to be so unhappy with what's going on because we can't make everybody happy on both sides. And what do we do about it? We need to really think about it and figure it out. But I'm a lone street. If we look at the whole map, I'm like one of the streets that's just by itself on a private road. And I'm part of that people that are up in the orange. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Beatrice Wright, District 1, 1268 Oak Lawn. You know, change is hard, and I know all of us know that. I mean, let me just give you a little lesson right quick. Take your hands and clap them together. Everybody, clap them together. Now, notice where your thumbs ended up at. See where your thumbs are? Your own thumbs. Now, take your thumb and undo that and put it the other way. And you'll see that feels kind of strange, doesn't it? It does. I am not one to come up here to say, though, that I don't feel for those of you who have, you know what, my phone is all of a sudden went on music because that's what I've been doing. But anyway, and I apologize for that, but it is very low. So I'm not one to come up here and not be supportive of the woman who just left and said that, you know, her street got changed. I will say this, that as a part of the change in districting that the charter undertook to do, there's going to be an individual who is a council person at large. Each and every one of us should make that person do their job to the utmost and let them help us to do better with this new redistricting. I like Plan A for me because it doesn't change very much. And see, like I said, change is hard. So I just wanted to thank you all. Mikhail, you have my condolences, and I know it's difficult, but this too shall pass. It'll get better every day. Okay, thank you.
Any other requests to speak during this public hearing? Any other requests to speak offering your feedback on the proposed redistricting as required by this charter? Yes, ma'am.
Linda Watson again. Just a question. I thought that
If you can use the microphone, the millions of people at home want to hear your every word.
I thought I heard at the last meeting that the deadline was April. So if it's not approved at this meeting and is approved at the next meeting, is that still sufficient time for the clerk?
Gotcha. Any other requests to speak? Any other requests to speak? Any other requests to speak? Hearing none, this public hearing is concluded. The hearing is closed at 7:45 p.m. So I want to be able to answer the questions that we captured. Most immediately, the question was asked by more than one person, what's the deadline? Because as we've discussed it over the last few months, what the charter language states is that the last time, basically the deadline when the lines must be redrawn is April of this year, April. However, that's not very practical. So even though that's the charter-imposed deadline, there's the sort of need, the urgent need to do it soon. There's not a date specific that it must be January. We'll allow the clerk to speak. Oh, hello, Mr. Starks. Deputy clerk is here at the moment. But if the deputy clerk or the clerk, when he returns, wants to offer their perspective on all they have to do, because they have to, on the technical side, update the precincts, make sure the voting locations work, make sure the voting locations are willing to do it again, all that kind of stuff. And then we have an election that's upon us this year, where we are going to be electing mayor, at-large city council person, our individual district council person, and then library board trustee. The filing deadline for that election is in late April. So if we waited to the last minute to set lines, we are not only crunching the clerk's office and making the voting process more hectic and crazy, but we're crunching everyone that might want to consider running for district city council and to get their petitions. The charter says if you want to be on the ballot, you want to run for city council, great. You have to collect your neighbors, your fellow voters in your district have to sign and nominate to say, yes, we'll let you be on the ballot. We want you to be considered. And I think that the required minimum number for district is what's the number? 145 signatures in the charter? Yes. Okay. So whatever that number is the number of minimum signatures that must be, and the clerk's office will verify, okay, this person signed it, but did they really vote there? Are they registered to vote there? All that. So if the maps aren't set in any adequate time, let's say somebody's trying to circulate, collect signatures to put their name on the ballot, and they don't even know yet what district lines they're running in. That makes it very difficult for us to sort of make the process happen of deciding who can even run and put their names for consideration for all of us to vote on it. So there is the legal formal requirement. It must be done by April, but there's that practical deadline that the later we go, the harder it is for those processes that are very labor intensive. Collecting signatures and signing and deciding if you want to have your neighbor be on the ballot for that office, that's a challenge. But Clerk Doyle, and sorry to put you on the spot, but one of the questions that came out of the public hearing is sort of the impact or the time that it's going to require for the clerk's office to handle the back end. Once the lines are set, it's going to take a minute. Can you give the community a perspective on updating the precincts and the voting card and things of that sort?
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize. I went to my office because my internet wasn't working here. The state law requires that the boundaries have to be set 120 days prior to the election, be approved, which means they will have to be approved by the election commission. But as you said, I caught part of what you were saying. Various people are going to run. Those petitions will be due sometime in April. I was trying to find the calendar from the Secretary of State, but all that's online right now is the May election calendar. It's not the August. But normally the filing deadline for August is sometime in April, around April 20th something or something like that. So from the practical point of the clerk's office, at minimum we would need probably 6 weeks because we're going to have to tweak these streets. Precincts can no longer, although the populations on the map, that's the overall population, not the voting population. Precincts can't not exceed 5,000 people in population. We don't want to do any split precincts and lots of things like. So I would say at minimum, we would need 6 weeks. Preferably, I would like to have 2 months to do this. So at least from the clerk's standpoint, I'm hoping that the council actually makes the decision before the end of the month, or at least by the end of the month.
Thank you. So hopefully that answered the question about the timing. The question of what those numbers were, the figures in black under the proposed district numbers, that is the population, not the voting numbers of registered voters, but the population. What the city charter requires is that all council districts must be even in population within 1%. So a very narrow window, because there's never a way that you can make it right on the nose even. One, you might not even have a number that could be split 6 ways. But two, we're doing it street by street, block by block, house by house. These figures are based on the biennial census, the census every 10 years that was completed. So another question was asked, why are we having to do this just because of the charter? Primarily but we also would have to do it regardless because we haven't redrawn the lines since the last census, and we have to update based on the population figures. This process will have to be repeated after 2030. So these would be the lines that would be in effect unless the voters change something and, propose a charter amendment. These would be the lines in theory for the 2025 elections and the 2029 elections. And so there would be 2 4-year term councils to still come using these maps. Then there would have to be a revision, redistricting the lines based on the census after 2030 and making the population even. If you notice, they are very, very close. Only by single digits in STUM, they are very, very close in population. Because in part, we don't want to create something lopsided where there's unfair representation, and the charter wouldn't even let us beyond that small deviation. So that answers the population numbers. The point was made about receiving feedback on the front end. After the charter went into effect in the early fall in September, you may remember there was an election already underway for the presidential election. And the clerk's office was busy at work trying to administer that very important election. So there, September, October, November was very busy. So I think that's a valid criticism that we could have held even more sessions early on to get more feedback beyond just the initial public hearings that were held. But it's just the reality of where we were at with the clerk's office and their need to make sure that that presidential election was conducted successfully without incident. The number of maps. So when we did 5 with that first round and the feedback was, whoa, 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 there's so many maps it's hard to even focus and provide feedback. So City Council took that as a heads up, okay, if we have so many versions, it's harder to have this community conversation and focus on what versions and what changes we want to see. The map maker can do dozens and dozens of versions, but then we are overwhelmed by just how many different variations. It seemed when the conversation started in November, 5 was too many, so we sought to focus in the conversation. But really, it's a mathematical equation. How do you compute this to make them all even and follow the legal requirements? These are updated. These aren't some of the early 5. This was an entirely new. This is basically map 6 and 7 that took in all the community's feedback about what tweaks they wanted to see done. And so they are not one of the initial 5 maps. They were influenced based on the public's feedback about them. So the census and the charter is what required this annual, this process happening, and the charter has specific requirements about how it's done. The point was made about mailing and the clerk's office. So in terms of once maps are set, the clerk's office, and I'll let him speak to it, but I'm certain they want to be very aggressive with how they get this information out, communicating out any changes to voting locations, to precincts, and these city council district boundaries. But Clerk Doyle, do you have any thoughts in terms of, how mailing out to households, which I know you have done ahead of previous elections as well?
Thank you, Mr. President. And we do, when voting districts are changed, we do a mailing. In 2022, we did a mailing to every single registered voter in the city of Pontiac, because if you remember, congressional districts changed. So every voter got a new voter registration card, which identified their member of Congress district, their county commission district, their state representative district, state senator district, and we will do the same once these council districts are determined.
Okay. And we'll take that feedback from the public too. If you're saying, hey, we need to get this out more, so many of my neighbors don't know what's going on, we can incorporate into our council outreach and encourage the administration with their communications department, and we could even invest more resources about how do we reach people and let them know about these important changes. All right, the question was asked about, will this change zoning? No, it has no impact on how a parcel, a piece of land in our city is currently zoned. If where you live, it's at R1, single-family housing, that remains the case. That will be handled through any zoning change and then the master plan update. So that is a separate process. When we vote on council district lines, it will not impact any of the 40,000 parcels in our city. No zoning will be changed as a result of the council district changes. The question related also about property values. Ms. Watson spoke to that, and she has a professional background and then sits on the city's board of review as a very dedicated volunteer. That question has come up in previous public hearings, and we've researched it. No, there is no impact on your value of your property, of your home, of your neighborhood. You may feel some type of way if your number was 1 and now it's 2. But it will not have any bearing in terms of, if you go to Zillow.com, they're not paying attention to what your council district lines are. They usually group it actually by zip code. And this change will not have anything to do with zip code. Relatedly, this will have no impact on community development block grant or federal funding eligibility. That's done off of census tract. And a census tract is a small little cluster of an area. So just like now, there are some census tracts that might be cut up in multiple council districts. But Mr. Anderson, the resident's point is absolutely right. Where you live does impact if you are eligible, is your neighborhood going to be able to get funding for sidewalk repairs, et cetera. But that is not impacted by the council district boundaries. That's impacted by the income, the socioeconomic factors of the portion of your neighborhood that's identified as a census tract. And that's a federal decision, like how they slice up the census tract. And a question was asked about residential infill overlay district. So that was decided by city council and debated a long time. There are neighborhoods in the current district, 7 on the east side and 1 on the south side, that has unique, basically it had more innovative requirements for the size of a property or a duplex or the size of a lot. It's trying to encourage neighborhoods to get developed, to see construction where there's a lot of vacant land in a few clustered neighborhoods on the east side and south side. Those district boundaries and the residential infill overlay remains the same regardless of where it falls in a council district. So those residential infill overlay districts that would allow for smaller homes, for more duplexes, and to encourage and stimulate new construction, that is not impacted and remains the same, those boundaries. And we can get you those maps, again, if you need them. So they would, depending on if proposal A or B or some version of changes happen, they would still remain that same eligible section of the city. I know the word district kind of throws it off, but consider it as a residential infill overlay area. And I think that's the direct questions that we got in the public hearing tonight. But I think the question we keep getting over and over again during our 3 public hearings, and as we've taken it around on all corners of the city and through the district meetings, the feedback is, why is it changing? How's that going to work? And those are questions that the why, in terms of that's after, that's behind us now. But how's it going to work? That's an open question to all of us. So to Ms. Northcross, to Ms. Wright, in terms of how that works with the at-large position and how that's going to come into being, those are questions that will be answered after we draw these district lines, and it's going to be an ongoing question for all of us as a community. So that's what we've got so far in the process. Now we need to take stock as a city council. My thought is that I want to give everyone the opportunity to say, do you feel as though we should be making this decision tonight, or would you like this to have more deliberation, more consideration for future council meetings and more public hearings, et cetera? So if this was to go beyond tonight, we would hold an additional public hearing at however many more council meetings there are, because we recognize it's an important matter. On the question of tonight or wait further, I saw the hand of Pro Tem Carrington first.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I know this is a darling task for this council. I think that this council has done an excellent job in making sure that this process is very fair. I'm very confident in voting tonight if the council choose to.
Okay. Councilwoman Jones?
Tonight.
Okay. Councilman Parker?
Well, that's not where I'm at.
Oh, you're allowed.
That's not where I'm at. I just believe, and I know we've had some rush meetings, and a lot of people may not have known, and I know we've heard some comments, and for the most part, I just learned enough about this city to know that if you call a meeting, the majority of the people going to come from District 1. So you're going to get an over preponderance of District 1 ideas. what I heard somebody say something that we need to also consider is that we have A, B. Why don't we see if we can't listen to what some people have said and come up with a C? And maybe we can do that and present and see if that C can get more of the community involved and active in what we will be doing. That's where I am. So I don't agree. I don't think we should be approving this today, since we do have a few more weeks to talk about it and ponder it, and we'll put it off till the next meeting. That's what I say, but I'm only one of 7.
Further perspective? Councilman Rutherford. Well, I'll go, since everyone's got a hand. Rutherford?
Yeah, we should vote tonight.
Goodman?
I disagree with that. We should wait. And I agree with Pastor Parker that for every person that said A, almost every person had a twinge in their voice saying, hey, I support A, but also we should talk about this a little bit more. People still need to hear more about this. And to the point, there is a way that we could synthesize and make these maps better, because even though I think we did a good job at trying to increase the amount of engagement that we had for these maps, like this past weekend we've done, 5 or 6 different engagement sessions. I feel like even having that in that short amount of time, people were out of town. People were not, precisely able to get to that. And we don't have to do this immediately. So I agree with Pastor Parker. We need to give people a little more time.
Councilwoman James?
Yes, I also agree with Pastor Parker. That would be my recommendation to council, that we not vote on this tonight. I certainly am not prepared to vote on it because I don't think we have what we need. I do think we need to approach a C proposal based on the feedback that we've gotten. We each did, or at least I know in District 4, I did do an engagement session. Some of the people who attended were actually from other districts. And in talking to those folks and getting their feedback, and I made notes of it, it was clear that we're not going to get the right combination with either A or B. And I think that it's really important for us, even though we know we're pressed for time, but it's really important for us to get this as right as we can. And I think that that is going to look like a proposal C. So that is my recommendation. I am not prepared to vote on it tonight.
For a second time, Councilwoman.
So if we make the motion, we can either vote. If it gets voted down, then we do it again, correct?
True story, yes.
Okay, so
but
go ahead, because I'm ready.
My feedback to the timing of the question is that if there is a C, it's important that we have at least a chunk of the council saying what tweaks they should be. Because if it's just one of 62,000 Pontiac residents that say, I want this change, we also take into consideration that 61,999 might not think that's so great of a change. So I don't want to prolong the process to accommodate unless there's, you know what I'm saying? Like there's some consensus about certain change that would be made. I'll also share that by tweaking one part, it has a cascade of 6 other tweaks that need to be made because of the requirement of population, even population. So if you look on the map right now of the current A, and you took, see that little nub right underneath the nub where the green and the pink meets in the southwest corner? That little nub is a mobile home park on Telegraph called Sylvan Lake Mobile Home, just north of Bodette Park and the Mill Dam. So right now, that little nub is in what has been 1. And over the decades, they've probably gone back and forth. But right now, that little park there is in 1. It's now in 2. Let's say, we haven't heard from them, but let's say they all came out and said, I don't want to be in 2, I want to stay in 1. And we hear that and we say, okay, I respect that. We want to try and accommodate that. And we change that little nub and move it from 2 into 1. Now 2's off. And we got to add somewhere else enough people into 2. And then that means we're taken from either another part of 1 or a part of 3. It basically means that there may be, depending on how big the change is, a cascade of other changes that come with it. And if you make that change based on one council person or one resident, I just want us to bear in mind that that might upset a large majority of residents, or then 6 other council members to say, I'm not, all those changes that meant, I'm not rolling with that. So I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying it's a challenge. It's a very challenging balancing act. So I'm open to that. It just means that we have to identify them collectively, because otherwise we're really just starting the process over again. Each new map might start the process over again, where we got to take it on a road show. We got to give people a few, because if we come up with a map that's somewhat radically different, even if we think it's a small tweak, but it throws off the balance, then there's a lot more people that may say, I didn't know about that. I looked at these versions when you were showing it for the last month. It didn't have this change. You made a last minute change and I don't like it. And I just want to flag that for our consideration. Councilwoman James?
Okay, what I'm talking about when I speak of a proposal C is to take what we currently have as proposal A and B, because most of the people who spoke have either chosen proposal A or proposal B. And for District 4, my recommendation would be proposal B. And so there are other districts who have, and council people who have said, this is the proposal, either A or B. And so what I'm talking about in proposal C is to take proposal A and B, and the ones that have the most votes for each one of those districts, in other words, to reconfigure one where the C would be B for District 4, possibly B for District 5, or the ones that, you understand what I'm saying? The ones that have received the most favorable response. And so that C would be the most favorable of the A or B scenarios.
The issue becomes is that by going with certain versions, the math is off, because you can't marry the 3 on the bottom from one version without them being inherently different in the 3 on the top for the different versions. It's just the math question.
Okay, but that would be a start, and then that's what the map guy did. He worked to try to create those, because those numbers have to be equal. I understand that, but that would be a start. And we could, from there, tweak it as best we could, but that would be a start.
So the question, we held the public hearing. What's on the agenda next is if there is adoption of an ordinance. Since we have started to start talking about the ordinance, I say it might make sense for us to get to that item of business, and then we could debate whether we want to table it, et cetera. So is there a motion for adoption of an ordinance of 6 revised and reapportioned city council districts? It has been moved by Councilwoman Jones, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford?
Yes.
Okay, so we have the broad ordinance right before us. This is a second reading. The question is tonight the night you make the decision? The second question is, which version, A or B, if it is tonight? Because right now the ordinance language does not reference which version. It sounds like 3 city council members are interested in having this postponed tonight. Parker, James, and Goodman, is that a reflection? You would like to see this postponed, not voted and decided on tonight? Is that a reflection of your position?
Yes.
Is that a reflection of your respective positions?
Well, I was talking about point 3 and not point 4. I think we can vote on point 4 because we all agree we got to do 6. We got to do 6 districts one way or the other. But how we break those out, I'm sorry. We all agree that we got to do 6 districts one way or the other. But how we break those out is my point. Is we've heard some discussion about a specific downtown district. We've heard some discussion about all the other things that people have said. I think if we vote today, we would have not given the opportunity for those who even had some conversation yesterday for us to visualize what that looked like in a map setting. And so that's why I would suggest that we do a C and see what that looks like, even if we don't vote for it. But I don't know how much time that will add and how much additional time the map maker may need to get that done.
Right. So what is before us would be determining the lines, though. So the ordinance before us, if we amend it to reflect A or B, this is the vehicle. Changing the maps is requiring of an ordinance action. So that's what would be before us. So I'm hearing 3 council members do wish to postpone, 4 council members don't wish to postpone. Am I correct in that?
Yes. Yes.
That's
mapping?
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So, not hearing a motion to postpone, keep the conversation going on the motion before us in terms of the proposed revised process. Councilman Rutherford, then Councilwoman Jones.
I make the motion that we vote on map A.
So Councilwoman Rutherford is moving to amend the ordinance to specifically insert proposal A.
Moved by Carrington.
It was moved. So you second?
I second.
All right. So Councilman Rutherford moves for A. Council Pro Tem Carrington seconds for A. So what we have before us right now is amending the ordinance and saying, do we want to incorporate proposal A as what's before us? So now let's talk about the pros and the cons. I think that everyone's going to have a strong opinion, so I'm going to go through 1 through 7. Council members can weigh in. Councilman Parker, any reflections on proposal A, the pros and the cons as you see them from your perspective and your side of town's perspective?
I think I'll just abstain.
Okay. Councilwoman James, any reflections?
Yes, A does not work for District 4. The change is much too drastic for our district. Proposal B is much more in line with our current district. We would lose the Oakland, the Pontiac Oaks Park. In fact, we would lose Cherry Lawn Park. We would lose 2 of our parks. We'd only retain JC Park in that new scenario, and it really does not reflect, I think, what's in the best interest of our city or our district. I do believe that we have time to work on a better solution. So I don't know what the rush is to approve A, but we have time to come up with something that's really going to be in the best interest of the whole city.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington, any reflections?
Well, I'm going to pass for now.
Okay. Councilman Goodman?
Yeah, so, and I say this like in the nicest possible way, it's not lost on me that the only full map that has been on the screen has been map A this entire time, and map B hasn't been up there not once.
Okay, that's a read. But Mr. Martin, do you want to toggle it so B
and
can be
before
seen?
one of my colleagues gets so upset at that comment, I'm just doing my job. So, I went out and gathered feedback from communities of interest and people in my community. I went and individually talked to people. And so, first of all, and I say this in the most passive-aggressive way possible, I am never afraid of an election. I have never lost one, both in the city of Pontiac and otherwise. So when it comes to these maps, I am very concerned about making sure that the people who live here and will be here after me and everyone up here has a chance at being represented on council. And so when I did my community outreach and talked to the communities of interest that are in my area and the surrounding area, they pushed for map B, more specifically because they want a community of interest that the Hispanic community actually has a chance of winning. Because for so long, they have not had the opportunity. And again, it doesn't guarantee them that, but having a plurality Hispanic district, which is the one that I currently represent, for so many years, while this should be the place where they have the opportunity to get elected, the last time someone who spoke Spanish was elected to the city of Pontiac was, I believe, John Bueno. Can someone in the council, in the audience, maybe give me an idea of how long ago that was?
A long time ago.
So in that, it's really important to make sure that there is some level of at least an opportunity for representation. And that's a huge thing to me. Also, if you look at this map, like it just, I don't want to say it screws over the north side, but like there is a lot of supremacy that is happening on the south side. And don't get me wrong, my grandma lives on Bondale. I get how much the south side wants to stay together, but it kind of just screws over, especially the top part, not even my district, but more or less Councilman Parker and Councilwoman James, their districts just get melded together. I don't think that's particularly fair. So whether either map gets chosen or not, I just think that we could maybe wait a little bit longer to give people the opportunity to talk about this, because again, as is important out, this deadline is April. Now, we should not wait till April, because that would be entirely unfair to people who are trying to run for office. And again, I am not afraid of any challenger. So with that being said, I think it's really important that we take our time to do this job and do it correctly, because either way, we're going to be seen as if we're trying to politicize this. I think it's just right that we make it fair. So that's my diatribe. That is the reason why I'm saying that we should wait.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Thank you. This is always interesting. I'm going to say this. We cannot, regardless of what we do here, none of these maps are going to be perfect for everyone. I don't care if we come out and go back to the table 10 times, people are going to be unhappy with the map and the final destination. So let's talk about community interest. And I really didn't want to go here with these two maps because I really think that the community has spoken. I've got calls, I got emails concerning my district. When you look at map A, my current community is going to lose a little bit on both sides, north and south of the district. Map B destroys the current neighborhoods of the current 6th district. Councilmen have, with our neighborhood associations, people are going to be confused where to go for their meetings. But at the same token, the residents of the 6th district understands that I will make the best vote for the entire city. And when I look at B, it actually creates a northern corridor, which has never had, which the city has never had, which is a positive. Even though you may lose a park or two, you get a northern corridor. I wish I could have a central Pontiac corridor with only the Nose, Geomodern Housing, Pontiac subdivision. I would love that. But these maps don't give me that, and I'm okay with that. But I do know that we have to continue to move forward. And if we continue to say, oh, let's go to the drawing board all over again. 2 weeks from now, we're going to say, oh, let's go to the drawing board all over again. A month from now, we're going to say, let's go to the drawing board all over again. We are sitting here to make tough decisions. I have lost plenty of votes at this table that I didn't agree with, but I have lost, and I live with those votes. And I'm ready to live with the vote tonight, regardless of where it falls. But I do want to get this off our plate, because that charter requires us to do so many changes in a short time frame. And if we get stuck on this one, we're going to get stuck on the next 7 things that we got to change. It's not going to happen. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jones, any reflections?
My reflections have primarily been expressed thus far. I understand that some of my colleagues would want to wait. They want to receive more feedback from their constituents, as I would like to as well in a perfect world. However, I think we can, do the best that we can with what is presented in front of us, and keep in mind, as Council President said, any change that you make, any little tweak, even so much as 2 streets over, will throw us off of that 1% barrier that we cannot exceed. So, honestly, I understand you're trying to give everyone a chance to express their opinion. I'm ready to call for the vote, because I think we know where we all stand with what we are presented with, and I don't think we're going to come up with a map where all 7 of us are happy and all of our constituents, because there is no perfect map. I'm ready to vote.
I hear that, but if you will allow the final 2 council members a chance to weigh in, so that way all 7 chime up. And if anyone else hadn't spoken that still wants to.
Well.
Absolutely.
District 1 came. They saw, they said, they called, they emailed, they text. At the end of the day, we have to do what's in the best interest for everybody, for the whole city. We have a responsibility to the city, and if we keep pushing this along, we're going to keep pushing everything else along. So I'm ready to vote whenever you are, Council President. That's all I really have to say.
Before I speak from the District 7 perspective, Councilman Parker, did you want to speak on the maps? Okay.
Let's vote.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Martin, for having B up on the map. If you could scroll a little bit further south, so that way we could see the change that it means for the east side. So as council president, I try and preside and not, facilitate the conversation. I never want to put my thumb on the scale, but I've got to make sure that the District 7, the artist that will soon formally be known as District 7 perspective is heard. In map B, what has been the east side historically has had its own east side community of interest, a council district where they can come together. That gets cracked in half. B splits it right in half. You see the green up top and the pink down below. What usually had been, and we'll after a minute we'll go back to A for you to see, the red lines show the boundaries of what has been District 7. Shows you the boundaries of all the lines, but I'm focusing on 7 specifically because I've heard a lot from our residents, constituents in my current city council district that feel very strongly that that would not work well, would not be effective for the east side. So in this B, if B is adopted, neighborhoods that are north of Whittemore and in parts north of Auburn join with Harrington Hills, the Knolls, and part of, I believe it's called Perry Park, that subdivision of Robinwood and Scottwood and some of those streets there. So that's the new seafoam green. That would be the new 6. So half of what had been historically the east side goes with those neighborhoods. The bottom half joins with I don't want to use the B word. I was going to say a bastardized version of the former District 1. But so the sliver portions from Bagley and Franklin, that stays one with downtown, and then it adds eastward. So a lot of the South Edith and South Anderson and Osmond and Central and Going and Ferry and Midway and Central and Murphy Park joins with the Presbyterian Village, Village of Oakland Woods, down to Center Point, et cetera. So it gives me great concern if B is adopted or anything even close to B because of how much that dramatically cracks in half the east side. So if Mr. Martin, if you're able to toggle back to A and go down a little bit so you could see if this is adopted, the new number 6. What had been 7 is now 6. I'm sorry to say that this district would lose Charles Lane and the Bloomfield townhomes and the apartments behind Genesis Credit Union off of Woodward and MLK. That has, over the different redistricting, sometimes been in 1, sometimes been in 7. I've been honored to represent Bloomfield townhomes and Charles Lane and those apartments in the current 7. So we would lose that, and we would gain the Harrington Hills neighborhood. But as you can see, Proposal A, and I fully recognize that this isn't the case for all other parts of town, but for the east side of town, Proposal A very strongly keeps that historic east side district intact. We gain some friends and neighbors in Harrington Hills, so basically everything south of University Drive and east of Paddock in certain areas, and it jogs down from there, but that remains an east side intact district. So that's why, from my perspective, representing the east side, Proposal A is the stronger choice, and that's been the overwhelming feedback in person, online, at our district meetings, on the phone, that I'm hearing from the residents that live on that side of town. Now, if it doesn't get adopted, the east side's going to east side, and we'll make it work. We'll still build our bonds together. We'll work with the district that we have to work with, but my vote is cast to make sure that that east side remains intact and their political power is united. Is there any further discussion or clarification? All right. So if this amendment right now is saying, do we in this ordinance, are we saying map Proposal A? That's what's been moved and seconded. That's what we've debated here. Hearing no further debate, Clerk Doyle.
So we're modifying the ordinance, whereas that first, it is hereby ordained that the City Council adopts City Council districts as the motion on the represented in Plan A.
Correct. That is the motion. It's adding that language, specifically identifying which proposal. So it's been moved and seconded. It's been debated. Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on the amendment adding that the proposal would be A.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
No.
James.
No.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
I said no before no.
4 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, that amendment carries. So now we're back to the ordinance of establishing the 6 revised and reapportioned city council districts utilizing Map A. The question now is there further debate or is there any motions to postpone? Any further debate? Any motions to postpone? Hearing none, speakers list is exhausted. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of an ordinance of 6 revised and reapportioned city council districts, which would be utilizing proposed Map A.
Parker.
Since we voted on it, let's go forward with it. Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
No.
James.
No.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
5 yeas, 2 nays.
That motion carries. The ordinance is adopted. So that was just one step of a long process. We'll work with the clerk's office to make sure they have the resources they need to do the implementation and keep communicating over and over again with the community about what comes next. All right. What had been 5 and 6 on the agenda, that was removed. Those will be coming before us in a few weeks' time. Now we're at recognition of elected officials. Are there any elected officials that wish to have the floor? Give an update on their position. Okay. I'm going to do something spicy here. I'm going to really quickly read the communications. Since we still have a lot of you, we want to make sure you know about this. The District 5 monthly meeting is happening this Thursday, January 9th at 5 p.m. in the Lion's Den. Right, Councilman Parker? Okay. The next District 7 monthly meeting is Monday, January 13th from 7 to 9 p.m. at Prospect Missionary Baptist Church. We also have the Winterfest this Saturday, January 11th, that you heard announced earlier. We want to make sure you know that City Hall will be closed during Martin Luther King Day. So on January 20th, and in part so that way Patrice Waterman can recover from her birthday weekend, that City Hall is closed on Monday, January 20th in observance of Dr. Martin Luther King Day in Pontiac. The next City Council meeting is that following night, Tuesday, January 21st, so that's 2 weeks from now. The next Planning Commission meeting is tomorrow night. It is Wednesday, January 8th. I want to make sure you know about that. You heard from Councilman Parker about the January 19th Ministerial Fellowship Service for MLK Day on Sunday the 19th, 4 p.m. at New Mount Moriah. Dr. Martin Luther King Day March downtown in the morning, the program at McLaren Oakland at 10, and the luncheon at Center Point. And so we just want to make sure before our next City Council meeting you had those updates. We turn now to agenda address. Are there any requests? Sorry, one more thing, Mr. Hoppala. Is there, Councilwoman Jones, are there any requests for agenda address this evening?
Yes, Council President. First on the list is Kermit Williams. Okay. Carlton Jones, followed by Andrea Manns.
She's gone.
Okay, followed by Corey Edwards.
I don't think that was
Go ahead, Carlton.
All right, we're at agenda address. Mr. Jones has the floor.
Okay. The item dealing with workforce development. And Deputy Mayor, I guess I need to know, has a new rubric been developed for evaluating these proposals? Since there has been an extension, is there a rubric from which these proposals will be evaluated, that at least the proposers will know what the criteria are prior to them being determined afterwards? I mean, that's a question that needs to be addressed. And the second thing in dealing with workforce development, it's a little challenging when you have exposed proposals on the table, already opened and exposed, and then you say that they still are good and valid to new proposals. Now, if you got two different areas that you're adding, meaning child care and literacy, they should be separate. If you know workforce development, they could be a component, but they could be standalone. There's no requirement that child care is a part of workforce development. Workforce development is education. That's what workforce development is, education. We know specifically in Pontiac, we do have some challenges with transportation and child care to accommodate workforce development. A lot of people don't know these factors, and I can tell whomever is putting these things together, they're not necessarily knowledgeable of what workforce development is. And if we're changing the game, we need to continually make it fair to any proposals that was in the mix and understand how they will develop, how they will be evaluated after you've opened it up and let other folks in. I like to get some response to that sometime or another. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Andrea Manns? She's not here. Okay. Corey Edwards? Followed by Michael Myers? None of them are here. Darlene Clark?
Good afternoon again. For number 15, the question is that you, at the last minute, you decide to do the sheriff department new contract. Questions are being asked. Are there going to be more police officers within this contract? What is the price difference with this contract? Is there going to be extra services that's added in the contract for the sheriff department to work with the people of Pontiac?
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Last on the agenda address was Ms. Gloria Miller, who's not here. So, Council President, that concludes agenda address.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is there a motion to adopt the resolution to enter into contract agreements with the Michigan Department of Transportation for Pontiac signal modernization and with Hubble, Roth, and Clark for construction engineering?
Support.
Councilman Rutherford moves. Pro Tem Carrington seconds. We give the floor to the acting city engineer, Posse. You have the floor, sir.
Good evening, City Council, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for having me. I'm just here on behalf of the Department of Public Works to recommend that we enter into a contract agreement with the Michigan Department of Transportation for traffic signal modernization. We had bid letting occur on December 6th with the low bidder being Rawhorn Electric. The cost of which was $1,799,403.12. But again, with this being an MDOT contract agreement, it's more of a 90-10 split cost sharing. So the city of Pontiac will actually be responsible for $197,934.34 for the actual construction portion of this. And then additionally, we also have our proposal from HRC to perform the construction engineering and the administration for the project, to oversee everything, to recommend payment, and to basically be our eyes and ears out there in the field. So what I've done for you tonight is we've got about 7 different locations that this work is going on, and so I wanted to give you a bit more insight of what to expect this spring when the construction does occur, because this is not simply just milling and overlaying a new road, but a lot of traffic signal updates. So before you, I hope you all have the presentation that I printed out for you, but it's also up here on the screen. We'll be going over the project limits, the upgrades, the intersections that are involved, a 4-to-3 lane reduction on one portion, crash analysis data that actually contributed to why these improvements are being made, the traffic studies and research findings of what these improvements will actually do for the city. So again, this project proposes upgrading and modernizing the traffic signals along Montcalm Avenue and State Street. The intersections will receive upgrades to non-motorized facilities as well, such as countdown pedestrian signals, ADA compliant sidewalk ramps, and then high emphasis crosswalk markings. Then this project also includes a 4 to 3 lane road diet via restriping on State Street that installs a 2-way left turn lane and bicycle lanes on both sides. We'll get to that momentarily. So again, as we see some of the actual traffic signal improvements, the modernizations, will have lighting enhancements. There will also actually be a pedestrian bridge removal that is unsafe and is not ADA compliant. And then we've got permanent signage, pavement markings, back plates for higher visibility at night, steel strain poles to eliminate the overhanging wires that can be susceptible to high winds and damage with traffic signal outages. So again, the intersections at play, we've got Montcalm Avenue at Lakeside, Montcalm Avenue at Saginaw Street, MOK at Victory and Balboa, Baldwin Ave at Woodlake Lane, State Street at Prawl and Sanderson, and then State Street at Johnson and Elizabeth Lake Road. Here we've got a map just to kind of give you a visual that this is basically spread out throughout the city. We've got numerous different locations that this is occurring at, in total 7. So tried putting together some visuals for you guys to see what we've got ongoing out there. At Montcalm and Lakeside, we will be improving the ADA compliant ramps with detectable warning surfaces, improving the crosswalk markings, eliminating those overhanging wires and actually putting in steel mast arms that actually extend over crossed, and then putting in new, the traffic signals themselves are what they call dog houses. They're black with an illuminated yellow behind it, so it's more reflective at night to provide better visibility, and then new video detection systems that allow for better timing with traffic flows to change the actual signals dependent on times of day. So again, this is kind of what an idea of what the mast arms look like. For the major roads, they're much larger. You can kind of see them on some other more recently updated roads. But again, it gets rid of that low-hanging wire that holds up the traffic signals. Again, at Montcalm Avenue and Saginaw Street, we've got pedestrian countdown signals, crosswalk markings, those reflectorized backplates, same thing. We're having the mast arms installed and just providing better visibility. MLK Boulevard at Victory and Balboa, again, all of those reflectorized backplates, push buttons for the pedestrian crosswalks, mast arm, ADA ramps, crosswalk markings, and also the pedestrian bridge removal. So as you can see, it obstructs sight lines for northwest bound signals. The bridge is not accessible for non-motorized users. And the project also proposes ADA compliant sidewalk improvements to still allow for pedestrians to cross that road in a safe manner. Again, now we get to State Street. This is where we are actually going forward with a 4 to 3 lane reduction. So in this image, you are looking basically northwest along State Street there. And as you see, you can only drive through or right, but it's hard to tell in this image. I printed off the presentation for you guys. Hopefully you can see there's some faded markings in the middle of that intersection that tries to realign that traffic off to the right. The new proposed road diet will actually shift that. You will only have 1 lane going northwest. There will be a cross-hatched marking in the middle of the road, and that will realign that lane better to just travel fluidly through that intersection and will provide a better indication of where traffic should be flowing. It will also help oncoming traffic from the south turning left to go to the east there to be able to understand where those vehicles are coming and try and better indicate traffic there. So that's a lot of why this is occurring. Again, to the north, you've got 5 lanes. To the south, you've got 4. We will be reducing that to 3 lanes. As you move further down the road at Anderson and Prawl, you will actually be seeing a left turn lane installed at that light. So that way we try and eliminate the 2 through lanes on both sides so traffic does not have to maneuver around, as well as improving those mast arms, crosswalks, all of those things that we've reiterated time and time again. Again, this kind of gives you a better aerial view of everything. We have to stick within our right-of-way that we've got, and so by doing that road diet, you can see right here, it gets to be a bit more residential the more southeast you get towards here on there. We don't really have the space to expand that curb and try and go 5 lanes, hence the 3 lanes. So again, we've got some crash analysis that was done. This was sent to the Michigan Department of Transportation for funding back in 2021, hence why we have data from 2018 through 2020. You can see that signal visibility was a major issue, and that's why these doghouses and the reflectivity should help exponentially. You had 11 crashes in 2018, 16 in 2019, and 13 in 2020, with 1 person severely injured and or killed. You also have angle head-on and sideswipe crashes along that street. You've got, with the road diet, because of having no left turn lane, we've had 5 crashes in 2018, 3 in 19, 6 in 20, and then 1 person severely injured and or killed. And then we did have 1 crash in 2020 for the pedestrian crosswalk. So again, converting these lanes is kind of what you've got. You got State Street before, 2 lanes going in either direction, after which we will actually just have 1 lane going in either direction with the left turn lane. That still leaves some extra space within the back of curb. Those will be painted with special markings for those bike lanes. Again, that's going towards the complete streets that the city adopted back in 2022 to achieve multimodal means of transportation. You also got scored very highly from the state of Michigan and were awarded funds because you were trying to meet those requirements that have been set out by the federal government and the state. And then again, types of incidences that we saw from that crash data analysis, we had rear end collisions, side swipes, angles, and head-on collisions. That road diet minimizes the mixing of through traffic with the turning traffic, removes the need for vehicles to frequently change lanes to make left turn lanes. With fewer lanes, drivers have better sight lines to identify oncoming traffic, and then minimizing the chance of vehicles colliding head-on as left-turning vehicles no longer need to cross multiple lanes of oncoming traffic to make their turn. And then again, some research findings that we dove into about the successfulness of actually having a road diet. You see that the overall crash rates decreased up to 47%, rear-end collisions decreased up to 25%, 40% reduction in head-on and side swipe, angle collisions decreased by 30%, left turn related crashes reduced by 37%. There was actually an expected decrease in speeding incidences by up to 18%, and then a projected 30% decrease in crashes involving pedestrians just from that road diet alone. Again, I wanted to kind of give to you an overall view of maybe future projects where you're questioning why do a 4 to 3 lane reduction? Why can't we expand the road if we have that right of way in place? Given what we've got, these 3 blocks of State Street that we are doing, just the construction alone would cost you over $2.5 million to demolish that back of curb, expand it, repave, and try and have 5 lanes, so 2 lanes in either way with a left turn lane. You're looking at over $2.5 million in just construction. That's not talking about the easement acquisitions that would need to be made. That's not talking about the telecommunications that would likely have to be replaced because those are typically installed right behind the back of curb. There's a lot of implications once we start looking at that. Whereas with this 4 to 3 lane conversion in this project alone, we're only looking at $200,000 in construction. With this being a 90-10 split, the city only has to pay $20,000 of that work to reduce all of those crash likelihoods that we're seeing. So with that, again, we're just here to recommend that we enter into this contract agreement with MDOT and also enter into the contract with HRC to provide construction and engineering and administration. So, Council, if you've got any questions, I am here for it.
Thank you. Councilman Parker has the first question.
Thank you, Brother President. I have multiple questions, actually. But you answered one of my questions, which is this is a a project between the city and MDOT. So MDOT's putting most of the bill, correct?
Yeah, so MDOT will be the fiduciary,
Okay.
and so,
So
yes.
they're fitting most of the bill.
Yes.
Is road diet still another fancy word for bike lanes?
No, so road diet is the lane reduction, going from 4 to 3 lanes. But with that, it gives you extra space on the shoulders. And so by just simply putting in those pavement markings and making a bike lane accessible, it gets you more points when you apply and gets you free money from the state.
So you're putting in a bike lane?
There are bike lanes being installed, yes, sir.
Okay.
Specifically for State Street, correct?
Specifically for State Street during that 3-block section.
Okay. My next question, how many streets are you repairing north of Mount Calm? The reason I'm asking that, I do have a reason for asking that.
As far as repair, I mean, so.
Or fixing up or doing lights and all that, how many of those are passed? The reason I'm asking is simple. We've had accidents and deaths at Perry and Pontiac Lake Road. So I know that probably should be on somebody's radar. We've had accidents at Bay and Featherstone, so I would presume that should be on somebody's radar. We've asked for a light to be put on Walton and Colony Lane because of the number of apartments that are in there and people crossing across the street. So I would assume that somebody would be doing something there with our road repair, and yet I've heard none of that on any of this. So can you just tell me, what are we doing past Mount Calm?
Yeah, so as far as, I mean, as you see on the map there, you've got 3 intersections on Montcalm that are actually being tackled in this project, right? Okay. Montcalm at Lakeside, Montcalm at Saginaw, Montcalm at Victory. Again,
I said north of Montcalm.
North of Montcalm, we just have Baldwin Ave at Wood Lake Lane for this year for the transportation, for the TIP. This is what the funding we got just for this year. We are continuously every year.
I've heard that for 3.
Yes. So we are in the process of applying for other grants or for other funding opportunities from the state of Michigan to make other traffic signal modernizations, to improve everything, to get more paving projects. So at this time, I don't know the specifics to those exact intersections, because again, we apply for these 5 years out. So I'd have to dive into it more, but I'd be more than happy to share that information with you.
And again, the reason I'm asking this is because I know for a fact we've had people come to this meeting and complain about Featherstone and Bay. As soon as Amazon got put there, it became a problem. So I know, and I even asked when the previous engineer was in DPW to take and get a study done on that that particular intersection. And so, interestingly enough, we knew it needed to be changed, but you're saying it doesn't. So, or it does not need to be changed yet.
I wouldn't say it doesn't need to be changed yet. It just, we're constantly each year doing more studies, trying to see what we can get funding for.
And I'm just trying to figure out, when does the north side get some priority? That's really what I'm trying to figure out. When does the north side get some priority? Because it seems like nothing ever happens past Mount Calm in this city, whether it be for a park, whether it be for a street, whether it be for anything that they ask for, nothing gets done past Mount Calm.
No, I hear you, sir. Like I said, we apply for these 5 years out. So I'll have to get back to you on what we've applied for, what our upcoming years are. We've actually been in the process of putting together a project map for you guys that should list out years in advance so you can see all the projects coming down the pipeline and have some more direct input. But again, the more construction you want, more money, you will have to look for more money outside of just MDOT.
And not to be, and I understand, I certainly respect what you're doing, and I'm not angry. I'm just saying at some time, when does the District 5, let me just put it more specific, when does District 5 become a priority for this city? When?
Yeah.
Let me just be clear, because we've had a park renovation project in line. We was the first one to do it, yet we aren't even considered. There's a building that's supposed to be demolished, have money available, ain't even on the docket. We've had people die at corners, ain't getting fixed. At what point does District 5 become an issue for this city? Does somebody else have to die before they get stuff fixed?
So
I yield.
Yeah, I would say there's a significant amount of upgrades that need to be had citywide. As you look around, there are many intersections that need upgrades. There are many roads that need improvements. It costs money. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Council President. To your point, Councilman, Zach did say, and we will provide you with the applications that have currently been done, but these are all 5 years out. And I have to admit, I don't know what is in all of the 5-year predictions, but we will get that to you so you can see all of the items that we've asked for. And these specific items under the tip, this is how we get, this is how we do the best job of leveraging our dollars by using other people's money. To your point, we absolutely can look at specific other acute items in the city, but to what Zach was saying is that when we do that, we have to understand that it is a low likelihood that we're going to get other people's money when we do projects that way. But we absolutely can look at projects that way as well.
Yeah. Just to reiterate too, currently the city mostly operates under utilizing your major roads and local roads funds for your road construction projects. That's your Act 51 funds that you receive from the state of Michigan. You guys are currently utilizing all of those funds. If you want other projects on top of that, funding has to come from somewhere else to accomplish that. We're working within the confines of what we can work with.
Please don't misunderstand me. I'm not asking for additional projects. I'm just asking to be included in the projects. At some point, something on the north side should get done. We've been trying to get Giddings Road done. We know that's somewhere down the road. We've been trying to get, as I said, trying to get the stoplight, just a turn light put at Featherstone and Bay. You keep telling me that's 5 years out. People have died, as I said, have died on Perry Road and Pontiac Road, trying to get that fixed right so that people don't keep crossing across the street and get hit by cars. People keep telling me wait on that. So at what point does District 5 get something done that the people can say my tax dollars is working for me? I yield to whoever can answer that question.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Please, as soon as you get the opportunity to put that together, I think it'll be definitely helpful for the entire council, just so we can see where some of these things fall in the calendar. Also, Deputy Mayor, could you think about some suggestions how we can think about other funding ways so we can add some more of these projects? Thank you.
Councilwoman Jones, then Councilwoman Rutherford. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Councilwoman James had her hand a minute ago. I forgot. Councilwoman James is next. I'm sorry.
Yes, I appreciate that. We are on the list. The Baldwin Avenue at Woodlake Lane was a project that I gave to engineering the first year that of my term, and it's good to see that that is coming up now. I do have a question, and that's been a very problematic spot in District 4. It's had at least 2 fatalities in the last 10 years. You were showing the last 3 years, but in the last 10 years, there have been a number of fatal car accidents at that intersection. So I'm really glad to see that this is going to get done. The other thing that, though, I asked for that street is that Owen Kennedy School, which is a school that specializes that deals with handicap and special needs kids, has no school crossing signs on Baldwin at all. And I brought this to the attention of engineering several times. I don't know what is the process. I don't know if the city is responsible, the county. Who is responsible for putting up school crossing signs and flashing signs to because you've got traffic coming from I-75 and they're moving, and there's a school there, and there's absolutely nothing to alert that driver that, hey, you are entering into a school zone. So Zach, can you just tell me who is responsible for that? Who do we need to be working with to get that done?
Yeah, so I appreciate that you bring that up because we are actually actively working on that exact situation that you brought up between the DPW and the The school district, the safety coordinator, we've actually put together a coalition. We have already gotten all the signatures from every single school within the city of Pontiac to sign up and apply for Safe Routes to School grant funds. And we actually went out in November and walked the surrounding areas around every single school that we have in the city and identified major impediments to safety for the children of actually walking to those schools. Baldwin in particular, as you mentioned, has some significant issues and difficulties when trying to cross that road to get over to Owen. And so not only are we looking at trying to put in flashing lights, better crosswalk markings, but we're actually trying to look at and explore the idea of putting in those refugee islands in the middle of the road to allow for a traffic signal to be on either side and in the middle to give those people enough time to actually cross that entire road, because Baldwin is very long in width there. And so typically it can be very difficult to cross from one side to the other. So we're actually exploring numerous safety improvements for all of the schools across the board, but especially up on Baldwin there, because we did see that. And again, we've had direct conversations with each school, with the safety coordinator, with the school district, and we are hoping to have something to share with you here in the following months about that application process and the improvements that we're looking to explore.
Okay, I appreciate your comment, but again, are you saying that we absolutely don't, other than grant funding, we have no means of putting these signs up near schools, the safety signs? I mean, the city is not responsible for that?
So when you reference safety signs, I apologize if I misunderstood you. When you say safety signs, do you just mean like the signs that reference school zone coming up?
Yes, and some of them are flashing, you know, they flash when the school is getting ready to get out.
Yes.
You know, if you're a driver and you're approaching, if that sign is flashing, then you know that kids are crossing,
Yes.
Buses are leaving, that kind of thing. Who is responsible for those kinds of signs? 'Cause
The city can absolutely,
the city has that responsibility?
Yes, we can
Okay.
install those signs. Now, the school can also install those signs with their own funds.
Okay.
But the city can, we do have a sign contractor, it would fall in the right of way. So we could, if requested, we could install those signs. But again, you got to look at the placement of those. If you've got the flashers and you're indicating that there's a crosswalk or anything, we want to look into that further, right?
Yeah.
But we can absolutely look into installing signs, and we've already gotten that conversation going with the school district. We're looking at everything that we identified during those walking audits. We went out on a Friday for 10 hours and walked every single area and looked at those things, and we're drawing up a comprehensive list, cost, and trying to see what can be pulled ahead, and signs were one of those conversations to have pulled ahead so we can at least get those installed, and we can talk about some type of cost sharing with the school district to accomplish that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Jones?
I have two questions. One, does option one on this page with the cost overview with option, you don't have to switch or anything, but does option one include the bike lane as well, or is that only presented in option two? And my second question is, well, I'm wondering if you can speak a little to the benefits of having a bike lane versus the sidewalk. Does it come down to the funding for these projects?
Yeah, so I guess, I have no problem flipping to it. So when I put together options, right, it was more or less of showing you what that cost differential would look like if you were to explore that in that specific area. Given that you've got about 2,900 feet of paving, 2,200 feet of curb to remove to expand that road, that would be bare minimum cost for just construction. That is not talking about easement agreements that need to be collected and paid for, and that is not talking about any utility relocation. Again, we're talking about an extensive amount of work, and likely if you are going 5 lanes, you will not have that extra pavement on either side of the road to safely install a bike lane. Now, your question about sidewalk versus the bike lane, again, sidewalks are meant for non-motorized vehicles for pedestrians to walk on, right? It's supposed to be a safe means of travel, especially there's been a motion for ADA compliancy, right? And so if you've got someone on a wheelchair traveling down the sidewalk and you have another person on a bike, it becomes extremely difficult for those two to safely cross. So by installing the bike lane, you are actually promoting as well multimodal means of transportation, allowing people to travel to work, to the grocery store, to anywhere without having to utilize a car to pay for the gas to get to and from. So there are benefits to having the bike lanes, and I understand right now we may not see the usage of it as much, but you also don't invite it very much given the current layout of the city, and that is what we are trying to move towards, is inviting more means of multimodal transportation.
Who petitioned for these bike lanes? Or where did this idea come from?
There's not, so again, this would have been installed, the funds were requested back in 2021, right? So this was prior to my time here, prior to many of your time here. But again, there is a big push from the federal government and the state to promote multimodal means of transportation. When you install a bike lane, the scoring goes through the roof and you are able to secure a lot more funding.
And that
For me, from my perspective, just for the rest of you, that crash data right there, I want to reduce those numbers. And if it means I got to put in a darn bike lane and do some pavement markings on the pavement, then so be it. I don't care. But if that means we get over $2 million for construction and we only have to pay 10% of that, I'm going to come up here every single time in front of you guys and advocate for those bike lanes, whether you like it or not.
We don't have to go there. I was merely just asking a question.
Yep.
Thank you for your answer.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
I think first of all, we need to relax on both sides because I understand you're passionate about bike lanes, but just hold on. We don't want it to be taken out of context. I know sometimes when I say stuff and I'm passionate, I kind of get revved up so I get it. And I say that not to take it as a diss, it's just something we're working on so that we have effective communication. That being said, I think it's very important that we explain in layman terms why. Because if we explain it why, it desensitizes people's fear about bike lanes. And also, we have to talk about the viability of bike lanes and how we can get better signage on those bike lanes so that people know that they actually are bike lanes. So these are my 3 points. Number 1, explain in layman terms very simply why so that the average voter or consumer understands. 2, can we, if we do this and it does get voted on, get more signage so that people know where the bike lanes are actually headed? So like, for example, if you go on the new lovely paved, what's the street we have on the south side we just got paved? Golf Drive. There's no signage saying it's bike lanes. People need to know. So one of the things we could do to improve in this situation is that we offer more signage. And if you could break that down for us for all the John Q. Public at home, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a problem at all. We can absolutely install some actual like bike imagery signs indicating that there is a bike lane along with the pavement markings that are installed. And I do apologize. I am passionate about this, right? Because this is something that has been brought to my attention numerous times about concerns over this. And so that was the point in doing this presentation, was to provide more information for not only you, but for the general public, because there have been numerous questions, and I can admit that there hasn't been enough information provided to you guys and enough education on that. So by doing this, this was an attempt to try and bridge that information gap. And so I apologize if that did get taken out of context. That's just my passion for wanting to see things improved in this city.
Right, and I don't want to cut you up. I don't want to belabor it. I'm saying it because oftentimes my passion sometimes get blinded and it confuses people, and we don't want to seem like we being dismissive to what the council person's saying. And also we want to be respectful of what you're saying. But most importantly, we want the people at home who are saying we don't want bike lanes to explain that if we don't have the bike lanes, it's going to cost John Q. Public more money. And if you say it like that, that takes all of the sensitivity out of it. So that's why I need you to be like, hey, if we don't get the bike lane, break it down. 1 and a 2 and a 3. Here we go. Say it again for the John. Say it one more time.
So again, if you want to expand the road and add the left turn lane to reduce all that crash data, which again, given in this section of road, you don't actually even have the right of way to do so. But for future projects and a better understanding of it, of why we go after these bike lanes, is just the cost of construction alone would be over $2.5 million. Versus the restriping, the lane diet, the signage, the signal improvements is costing you $200,000, a fraction of the cost. And that is just construction. You are only responsible for 10% of that for this project. So you're only responsible for $20,000. And that is why we go after the bike lanes. We may love them, we may hate them, but they reduce crash incidences in the city and they improve overall means of transportation.
And Council President, if I have one more, just is there a way that we can have a program, like we can implement a program where we can give out helmets and stuff? And the reason why I ask that is because a lot of folks around the bike lane, I've gotten caught out by Mr. Norcross plenty of times when I'm on my lovely, what's the
River Trail.
Yeah, every time he see me, he call me out because I don't have a helmet on my head. And so maybe we could try to get a program where we give out helmets for the bike lane.
I'll redirect that because it's a great idea. Not for Zach,
okay,
not in
I'm
his
sorry,
lane.
Zach. I apologize.
He's trying to quit anyway, so.
Oh, wow. My God, today. Okay.
No, I'll speak to that towards the end, not in a bad way. Okay, so just to recap, these are the projects that are before us. Montcalm at Lakeside. At that intersection, ADA compliant ramps with detectable warning services, crosswalk markings, mast arm, strain pole backplates and video detection system. Montcalm Avenue at Saginaw Street, pedestrian countdown signals, crosswalk markings, and reflectorized backplates. What are backplates?
Yeah, so the new traffic signals, so typically you're accustomed to those yellow traffic signals. The new ones, they're called dog houses. They're more of a black fixture that is posted onto the mast arm. And then there is a yellow reflectivity backplate put on that makes it brighter at night, makes everything pop more so there's better visibility.
Got it. MLK Boulevard at Victory Drive and Balboa Place, that reflectorized backplate, push buttons, pedestrian countdown signals, mast arm, ADA ramps, crosswalk markings, and pedestrian bridge removal. That bridge that vexes you and is the safety hazard would come off in District 6.
Yes.
Okay, and so that pedestrian bridge obstructs sightlines for northwest bound signals. It's not accessible for non-motorized users. There's safety issues, and the project proposes ADA compliant sidewalk improvements where the bridge is no longer functional and will be removed. At State and Elizabeth Lake Road / Johnson, flashing yellow arrow signals, doghouse signals, back plates, crosswalk pavement markings, countdown pedestrian signals, and ADA ramps. At Sanderson and State Street and Prawl, the reflector, the mast arm, the countdown signal, the ADA ramp, crosswalk markings, and video detection systems. Huron Street to Johnson on State Street, that's the lane conversion that we were talking about. Huron Street to Johnson, lane conversion. So just want to recap, and then we've got Baldwin Avenue at Woodlake Lane. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, essentially 5, 6, 7 intersections that are seeing some action. They are not in all districts, of course. District 7 does not have any in this iteration. Councilman Parker shared that District 5 does not. District 2, it's on the border of one. But so really the only area that's being impacted by the lane reduction is State Street. State Street in our city. And that construction would be this calendar year, right? Is there a target?
So, I mean, once we enter into a contract agreement, we'll get with the contractor, get a pre-construction meeting kicked off. They'll provide us a schedule, but likely you'll be seeing early spring. Okay. You'll likely be seeing mid-April for things to occur.
But basically, because it's got these safety improvements, that's why the money's coming to Pontiac. If we didn't have these safety improvements, State Street would still be raggedy. State Street would not get any improvement, and it would stay the same. So if you ever think about the congestion issue, because during rush hour, it's rush hour. And if there's one lane in either direction, you feel like there's a lot of traffic. Just remember how annoying it is when you're on State Street right now and somebody decides they're about to turn left. There is no constant turn lane, so then you got to wait and then go around it, and that causes its own congestion. This is a safety feature that causes less crashes because there's a constant, that continuous turn lane. But that gets to happen because of these safety improvements. That's why State Street can have money, and that doesn't go to some other city. It's coming here to fix raggedy State Street. Councilman Rutherford, you have a hand?
I'm just happy that it's getting fixed. State Street is located in District 1. That's another street that's being improved so that the citizens in District 1 on the west side sees all the beautiful things that they got on Crystal Lake and Bagley and stuff like that. So I think that's something to point out, that yet another street in the best district areas is being repaired. That's all I got.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. That's the question before us. Do we resolve to enter into the contract agreements with the Michigan Department of Transportation for Pontiac signal modernization and with Hubbell, Roth, and Clark for construction engineering?
I call for the vote.
Debate's done, so we're going to vote. But I've got two council members that aren't at the table. So if somebody is able to hear my voice and you wanted to vote on the traffic signal modernization, debate has wrapped up on that matter. While we're here, though, Zach, do you want to share what's next for you professionally? Zach works for DLZ, one of our contracted engineering firms. You've done so much hard work that's really moved a lot of initiatives forward. So I want to thank you for all of the assigned work, that DLZ has had, that you've been in the Pontiac book of business. But anything you want to share with the council?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Council President. Effective January 17th, I will be actually resigning from DLZ and taking up the position as the Department of Public Works Director for the City of Saline. So I will start that position on January 21st.
Where do you commute from? Is that a better commute?
No, that is not a better commute for me. But as you can see, I'm looking to really tack on to what I can learn. And they've got some really exciting opportunities from a water and sanitary standpoint, from a community standpoint. I can have a direct impact on them, and it was just a great opportunity for me.
Well, congratulations to you on that fantastic promotion and advancement for you professionally. Don't forget about us, and one day you might be back with us directly, one day too. Councilman Parker and Councilwoman Rutherford.
I just want to say thank you. I know you felt the brunt of my frustration today, but you have done an outstanding job in what you do, and I truly do appreciate how you've done it, and I truly do understand that if you can get somebody else's money to pay for it, let's get somebody else's money to pay for it. I truly do understand that. I just wish if sometime we just do something to keep my folks a little quiet. But good luck on your future job.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Zach, I'm going to miss you because I think I bugged you the most about one street. And what's that street, Zach?
Motor.
That's right, baby. And you did what you said you were going to do. You have money and funding to repair all of those sidewalks on Motor Street. So I am going to miss you, not just for that, but because you did what you said you would do. You found a way when nobody else in your position previously has found a way to repair the whole Motor Street. Not half, not some, but all of it. And I just appreciate you for going the extra mile. And my many calls and emails and texts saying, don't forget about Motor. And you did that. You are an amazing, amazing man. You've done amazing things with the short time you've been here, but you have truly improved the lives and the walkability of District 1. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, speakers list exhausted. We are at adoption of the resolution to enter into contract agreements with MDOT for Pontiac signal modernization and with Hubbell, Roth, and Clark for construction engineering. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yep.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. And thank you again, and congratulations and best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Happy trails in the professional journey. I want to take a point of privilege. I see that we have from the Department of Public Works our sanitation coordinator, We voted on all your stuff earlier. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Well, so we did. So I think so, right, Deputy Mayor? We don't have any other pending matters, so you can feel confident that you deserve brownie points for going the extra mile and staying long. Okay? We are now at number 9 on what had been number 9 on the agenda for Human Resources. Is there a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the city clerk to publish a notice of budget amendment in the amount of $170,000
Support.
for the HR department to allow for the payout of unused sick time? That was moved by Councilwoman Jones, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford.
I have a question, though.
Yep. So we've got some questions on this matter, but we give the floor to the administration to help us understand the matter before us. This is just posting the notice, but still, it's related to the following resolution as well, so it's good for us to get a sense of what we're talking about.
Absolutely. Thank you, Council President. So I will try to answer any questions that you have, but in the instance that I cannot, we do have our Human Resources Director here with us tonight. So this item is asking to put money, not put money in a budget. This item is asking to move money from one place in the city's budget to a place where it can actually be used to pay out sick time. The reason why this is being requested is that the city is trying to move from its current usage of sick and vacation time to only having a PTO bank. The idea being that it is easier for everyone involved to only do PTO time as opposed to saying I can be off because I'm sick, and these are the specific reasons of being sick, and I only have so many sick days. And now what we would be saying is you have this number of days to not be at the job, right? So you could not be here because you're sick. You could not be here because you're at the track meet. You could not be here because you just didn't want to be here today. But no longer do you have to give a reason, right? You don't have to say, oh, I have to get a doctor's excuse or whatever. You can just be out. So moving from a sick and vacation bank to just a PTO bank. And when we do that, we have a number of hours that have been allowed to accrue over time. And those hours we have to do something with. And the city's current way for doing something with that time is if you were to separate from the city's policy is that the city would pay 50% of your sick time to a maximum of 80 hours. So this calculation here is what it would take to pay that 50% of your time to a maximum of 80 hours for all the people who have accrued sick time. And here I want to stop and take a step to the side. When I say we're moving money from one place in the city to another, there is a spot in the city's books. It's called Fund 629, which is the Sick and Vacation Payout Fund. So every time at the end of the year, when anyone does not use their sick or vacation time, the amount that is allowed to roll over, the city has to account for that amount of money and account for how much it would cost if that person had actually used that time, and we have to fund that liability. And so currently we have a total liability in that fund as of June 30th, 2024, which is the date of the audit. We have $1.1 million liability in that fund. This would be if the city moves forward with changing our policy to PTO, and if the city moves forward with paying out according to our current plan, we would be eliminating a large portion of that liability. The other thing that I would say to that issue is I don't see anyone in the audience now, but those individuals who were here a decade ago when we went into city management, emergency city management, one of the issues that the HR department actually dealt with at that time was a large buildup of sick and vacation time and those individuals had not thousands of hours, but tens of thousands of dollars worth of time that had accrued and was a liability. And thankfully, we are able to fully fund that liability. And at that time, they were not able to fully fund that liability, and they actually did some Herculean efforts to try and isolate the city. We're trying to stop us from getting back to that point again.
Okay. All right. So we have the budget amendment before us, or authorizing the posting of the budget amendment, a procedural clarification. So if that policy is approved, the approach, it's $170,000 is the cost impact. Should the mayor change his mind and go with something that's more comprehensive for employees that pays higher than 50% up to 80 hours, it would be a higher dollar amount. From the clerk's perspective, would that be legally viable in terms of us posting the notice for the $170,000 budget amendment, but then during us considering the budget amendment at the next council meeting, if we made that $320,000 or something higher, we would be legally able, because you've posted the notice of a budget amendment, but we can amend the figure. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is, Mr. President, including all the way up to the $1 billion, so people could be paid in full for their excessive.
So I just want to clarify that. So we can authorize the posting of this notice and still deliberate further on what's that right amount. But I'll keep going now. Councilwoman Rutherford.
So my issue is that people have acquired more time. This is not fair to those workers that work here. I know an individual that has over 300 and something sick time hours that she's now being told she cannot use. She can only have 80. This is not with the employees in mind. And what is scary to me is that the administration is forcing this on the staff. That's exactly what this is. We are not considering the people who have accrued their sick time. We're not considering how much. And so for me, I just ask that this council doesn't do 175, that we do the whole 1.1 million so that everybody can get paid out of their sick time because they earned it. Because nobody's trying to leave the city, but what the city is doing is unfair. If I have sick time that I have in my bank, all of a sudden y'all change this in mid-year. And you have a lot of people, even people in the clerk's office, I know, that have accrued hundreds of hours that are about to lose it. So if we're going to do this and we set the tone for this, I suggest that this council have the robust guts to put the 1.1 million so that everybody can get paid for the sick time that they owe, because we would want it if it was us. And that's all I got to say.
Councilman Goodman.
Yeah, I know my concerns were brought up to the deputy mayor and others on council before. It absolutely does not sit well with me for us to not pay these people out for the sick time that they have occurred. As someone who is actively in my union, who is on my bargaining team, who is currently going through the process of fighting for PTO and sick time for my colleagues and the people in my bargaining unit, our staff isn't even unionized. I won't even get into that conversation, but we should be doing everything we can to actually make being here an enjoyable thing, right? For the past almost 4 years that we've been in office, we've been hearing from our retirees, and rightly so, about us doing what we need to do for them. Why would we as a city now turn around and not just continue to screw over our retirees, but to screw over the employees who we already have here, who we can barely keep to stay here in the first place? Now, of course, I know that this is not you, Deputy Mayor, but I know for a fact that council has to pay out more of these funds, because if it were me and my workplace tried to strip away even 100 hours away from me, take away 40 hours away from me, and I'm going to lose it. So let alone people who have 80 to 100, 120, 160. So we as a city, as council, have to pay out more of this. It would be completely unfair if we didn't.
The S word is a swear word that would violate the council rules and procedures. So I hereby chastise the use of the S word by the council member. Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, I want to talk to the HR director. So I just want to ask you a question about this particular budget amendment. Concerning this, and I know this is your area and you look into HR, what was your suggestion when it comes to making this change?
What was my suggestion?
Yes, to the administration.
I gave them three options for this change. One of them was to pay out all of the bank for our employees. So if you've had 300 hours, 400 hours, 10 hours, we'd pay whatever you have at your hourly rate. And excuse me, when I did it December 13th, that amount came up to about $461,000. Now, we've had 2 pay periods that has happened since then. So give or take, that amount may go up, it may go down. But when I did it then, it was about $500,000. The other option that I suggested was payout per our policy. So if somebody were to leave with all those hours, if they had 364 hours, we would pay them out at their what the policy suggests, which was 50% up to 80 hours, and that's where we came up to the $170,000. The third option was just whatever you had in your bank, then you would get that out as well, and they came out to about $224,000. And again, this might change because this was done December 13th, and we've had 2 pay periods since then. People may have used their time, so that time, sick time, so that may have gone down or go up. So I did present 3 options to the mayor, and he chose the one with the policy.
Okay. So my suggestion, this is my suggestion, is that we do look to pay our staff out for their sick time, unused sick time. I think that's fair and equitable. And since this is a new start, it's a clean cut. It gives people extra funds that they need, and we can move on from this particular, going into the old to the new. I think this would be the best option. I think the council can definitely, from what I hear around the table, I think this will be a better option for us.
And again, I'm going by what is suggested. If they want to pay them all out, I am fine.
Well, no, I understand.
Oh, it's not.
But I know this is your realm, and I just wanted to see what your take was
I appreciate
on
you
this
asking
particular
that.
policy.
Any further discussion?
Go ahead.
For a first time, Councilman Parker.
Does the employee get to choose? I mean, if I want to do some of it or all of it or none of it or half of it, do they get a choice?
No, I would. Well, you know what? Since we are talking, I don't want to say yes or no, but I would like to keep it consistent. If we're going to do one, if we're going to say, hey, you get all of it, then everybody gets all of it. If we're going to do it from what you suggest, then we'll do it that way. But I think the easiest way to do it and to make consistent and fair is to say, hey, this is what has been decided and approved by City Council and administration. We're going to pay out all of it.
Councilman Rutherford.
I just want to be clear. If we have 7 votes, right, it can't be vetoed, right? Now, let me tell you why I'm asking that before you answer it. If we have 5 votes, this administration will veto it. I've watched them veto with directors. That's why we're still struggling to this day. So in 2025, we agreed to be in decency and in order. And these people who work in this building, I can say without a doubt, deserve their money. I don't want Claudia calling me. I don't want him calling me. I don't
use individual
Okay, well,
people's
I'm just saying,
names.
I don't want
Personnel
nobody
matters.
calling me about their money. We owe them their money. Just why they make them stay overtime, don't pay them their money. Give them their money because they deserve it. And that's all I'm going to say. Because you know what's going to happen if it's 5 votes. I'm just saying, let's look at the history. That's all. Now, this ain't being facetious. This being most direct. 7 makes it right. 5, give it a slide. That's all I got.
7 makes it right doesn't rhyme adequately, so I'll let you workshop that. But so procedurally, if a council votes on something, a mayor can veto it no matter what the majority count is, and then it requires 5 votes to override a mayor's veto. The issue is that the mayor can still, if they're being obstinate, still say, I don't care, and I'm not, sort of like basically pocket veto, meaning they just don't act on it, or, sort of not address the question. So that creates a little of a crisis of division of.
Point of
Yes.
Point of information. So I want to make sure I got this clear. Could you make that? So in other words, we vote on it. He vetoes it. This is going to happen. Then we vote again. Then he do what he did last time when we did with the Alexander Borngesser and never do it, and then they leave. Pretty much.
It creates a challenge because we are the legislative body. We are legislating.
I know.
And even if we are saying this is the policy of the city, there are certain instances that they try and circumvent or ignore.
And then they leave.
Well, I'm just saying that this is more broadly. Would be a policy, a human resources policy of the city. So with that in mind, what I queued up, based on council members' feedback, is resolution recommending comprehensive payout of unused sick time for City of Pontiac employees. I kept it broad, where we're just saying, hey, the mayor's more conservative approach, we're not supportive of that. We want something more considerate of the employees. I didn't put I phrased it so it doesn't say the exact policy. It gives the mayor the ability to ultimately come to whatever final conclusion it is. Now, if the council is interested in saying we are going to set that this is the policy, we can amend that resolution a little bit. It offers clarity, at least where the council's at. And then the budget amendment's the budget amendment. When that comes up in 2 weeks, we can say, hey, this is the policy we've set, $475,000 or whatever, amount comes up that would accommodate that, the full payout. We amend the budget, we've set the policy, the mayor can still sit on it, but we've taken it as far as we can take it, if that makes sense.
So I think in the future, when those instances happen, we need to put that out so John Q. Pup knows what we as a council,
Microphone.
It has to be a separate. We need to make sure that the community knows exactly what happened, because oftentimes we get the brunt of it because the administration would like to display that it's us, and if it's them, we're going to say it's them in 2025. That's all I'm saying. So if we vote this, it get vetoed, I want people to be prepared to be upset that they ain't getting their money, not from us, but from the administration. That's all I have.
Is there any further debate on us authorizing the posting notice of the budget amendment?
No.
On that note, hearing no further debate, roll call Clerk Doyle on authorizing the clerk to publish the notice of a budget amendment. What's currently set for $170,000. When that's before us, we can always amend and revise those figures. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Now we're at the next item on the related topic. So you can stay handy in case a question comes up. You don't got to stand, though. You can sit. You can sit.
Support Rutherford.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington and seconded by Councilman Rutherford on the resolution recommending comprehensive payout of unused sick time for City of Pontiac employees. So it's been moved and seconded. Now we're debating it. I'm going to pull it up, and I'm going to do some tap dancing here to try and amend it so that way it reflects what council's asking for, where we're going to set a policy. But while I'm doing that, I just want to let there be further debate. Any other council member, Deputy Mayor, and then other council members that want to weigh in as we're crafting this. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Council President. As you work through that to make your edits, I want to offer another option that the administration has been looking into. And again, this is going back to a decade ago when we had a situation where individuals had racked up, unused sick time that amounted to tens of thousands of dollars worth of payouts that the city just did not have. So what the city actually ended up doing at that time was, there is no nicer way to say it than effectively sequestering time and saying, we're not erasing your time, but it is in this bank and is essentially unusable for a period of time. We have looked into doing something similar where we say, all right, when we switch over to a PTO system, any unused vacation time, any unused sick time that you have will be put into a different type of sick bank, and it will be accessible, but it will only be accessible for, for lack of a better term, I will call it catastrophic items, right? So you had to have knee replacement surgery, or you had some kind of serious injury that caused you to be out sick for a long period of time, or something less catastrophic but equally life-changing, like, you know, you had to be put on bed rest during your pregnancy or something like that. So that is another option that could be considered other than complete payout. It's not to say that one is better than the other. It's just to say that that is another option that is available to you as you create your resolution.
Okay. Well, thank you. While Mike was busy, I was going to take the meeting, if that's okay.
Pro Tem, go for it.
Okay. Councilwoman Rutherford, you have the floor.
Y'all could have offered that before and didn't offer it. So that's my problem. I don't trust y'all to do it because you didn't do it when you could have done it, and this would have made this not happen. Can you get up for 1 second? Because I like clarity, so that I put it on the record. Because I'm asking her, was that ever offered, put before y'all prior to this conversation?
So this was thought of after the three options were presented. Because, you know, when we put forth that email saying how it was going to, it's going to happen, we heard my name was Mud. And so we were trying to think of other ways to not get rid of their sick time. And so we thought of, hey, how about if we freeze what they have, like Deputy Mayor said, and put that in a separate bank. And then if something does happen catastrophic, if, like you said, if you had, in a really bad car accident and you needed, that extra time, then they could pull from that bank. So at that time that email was drafted and then it was sent out, no, that was not an option because that's something that we thought of later, trying to, I don't want to say the word appease, but try to make the blow a little softer for our employees.
So my follow-up will be this.
Yes.
In your opinion,
yes,
but I don't want you to get in trouble because you know how it could go down in here.
Sure.
What is the best option in your opinion? Do we pay them out, or do you not feel comfortable saying because you might get reprimanded?
I believe I have the support I need to say what I need to say, and I think that since they have earned their time for the time they've been here, I think paying them out what they have would be the best way to go.
Thank you for your honesty.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Any other council members want the floor? Councilwoman James.
I also agree. I think, and Councilman Carrington said that, we need a clean break here. We're changing the policy, and we need a clean break. Sure. And this is the only way to really get a clean break is to pay people out in the right way, so that we're doing a lot of things to encourage employee morale and enthusiasm. And if you don't have to do something like this, why do it if you don't? I mean, if we were really in the position that it would hurt, it would be another thing. But this is not the case. And it would make sense for us to do a clean break here. We are initiating a new policy. That new policy is clear. You're not going to be able to accumulate beyond 80 hours. But the people who already have those larger numbers, we need to pay those folks out. We need to do the right thing. And we need to make a clean break with this policy so that we can move forward in a positive way with the new policy. Sure. So.
All right, council members, I've got some revisions for us to consider. Instead of it being titled recommending, it would read establishing policy of. So it would be Pontiac City Council resolution establishing policy of comprehensive payout of unused sick time for City of Pontiac employees. All the whereases would stay the same. The first resolved would stay the same. It would strike the final two resolved and instead substitute this as the second and final resolved, that the city council establishes that it be the policy of the city of Pontiac that all unused sick time hours be paid out in full to City of Pontiac employees as the city transitions to a new paid time off policy, period. To the HR director, do you think that provides the language clarity that you get the sense of the city council?
Yes.
Okay.
And just, can I repeat that back to you to make sure I'm understanding?
Sure.
What it says is that, so it's my understanding that with this new resolution is that you and the city council approve to pay out our employees their remainder of their sick time as we transition to this new PTO policy.
That's right, the full accumulated
Full
unused
accumulated
sick time hours.
Unused but earned sick hours.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I
And with that point, I'll add the word earned. You
Yes,
know,
please.
Is that helpful in clarity?
Very much so.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Unused.
earned. So resolved and further resolved, the city council establishes that it be the policy of the city of Pontiac that all unused earned sick time hours be paid out in full to the city of Pontiac employees as the city transitions to a new paid time off policy. And that would be the end of the resolution. Is there a motion to? Is
Support. Before your motion, is the new city attorney here?
No.
Is the new city attorney going to be attending the meeting?
Deputy Mayor?
So she would have been at this meeting, but she had a family emergency.
Valid question. Councilman Rutherford made that motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Councilman Parker. And I've got them written down, Clerk Doyle, but it changes the resolution title to be Pontiac City Council Resolution Establishing Policy of Comprehensive Payout of Unused Sick Time for City of Pontiac Employees. And it makes the second and final resolved read, and resolved, the City Council establishes that it be the policy of the City of Pontiac that all unused earned sick time hours be paid out in full to City of Pontiac employees as the city transitions to a new paid time off policy.
Point of information.
Yes.
So if this gets approved, what's the timeline when these folks gonna get their money?
Well, that's the tricky part. We've got to amend the budget before it can be done, I believe, and so that comes before us at our next City Council meeting.
So can I
So
ask-
obviously, the mayor would have his window to say whether he's going to veto it or not, because then that might create a longer stalemate.
Okay, so just for further clarity, it's 10 days before it can get vetoed, starting today?
Clerk Doyle, the clerk has 4 days after we adopt this tonight. The clerk has 4 days to sort of file, and I don't want to say sort of, to file and present it to the mayor formally for their verdict, and then the clock starts. Clerk Doyle, do you want to break down the clock for that?
Thank you, Mr. President. And then after I present any resolutions or ordinances adopted by this honorable body, the mayor has 1 week to determine if he wants to veto or not.
So-
And then the council has to act within a week.
So by our next city council meeting, that window will have closed to know whether he vetoed or not?
Correct.
And then we can act on whether to override it at our next regular city council.
The reason why I'm asking is because we need to be sensitive to, like, this is the first of the year, people money funny, so let's try to get this quickly moved. So I just want to get the timeline, so I'll be doing a timeline countdown on the days they can veto it, you know, so that when we come to 21st, we have all guns a-blazing, saying this is what we're doing next, because we can't keep asking these folks to stay in subpar conditions, being treated a certain way, saying we want to change this community, but we don't want to pay them what they owe. And it is a disservice to the people we have here if we don't do right by them. So that's all I'm going to say. That's why I want to know the numbers so that everybody can hear it at home, so that when it is thrown back at us, if it's thrown back at us, we can say we did this, and the administration did this. That's all I want. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment? And then we'll be back to the main resolution. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, roll call Clerk Doyle on approving the substitute language as presented.
Jones?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
All right, that amendment is adopted. Now we're back to the resolution as amended. Any further discussion? Councilman Rutherford has flagged, in terms of us being notating the time and those windows of action, so City Council can move as quickly from our side, so that way HR has the clarity they need so they can implement. That is a challenge. We recognize that, and we know you've been put in a difficult spot. Councilman Rutherford?
So to the clerk, as soon as we get done, if you could keep council president leadership on tabs when you turn it in, the date and time stamp that you turn it in, everything. And the reason why I'm pressuring this is because I know what's going to happen, and I will not let this council be bombarded or disrespected on something we all want to see happen. So that's why I'm asking if y'all, the day you turn it in, you send an email to the council leadership saying you take a picture when you're walking into the door, whatever you got to do so that this get done. That's it. I know it, and I know it seems extra, but it is extra because we're getting the concerns from people who are saying, well, I have all these hours and why can't I get paid? And it was just done in distaste. It just really was. So that's why I'm being adamant about this. That's it.
Further discussion on the resolution before us? Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution as amended.
James.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution's adopted. The next and nearly final item that we have before us is discussions. I'm just going to recap what the topics are. The retiree benefits expansion for our city's retirees, finance department reorganization, the annual audit being submitted on time, the FYI about the obligation of ARPA funding, the FYI at the last meeting, the council approved the sheriff's department renewal, prioritizing workforce development, the neighborhood and mini parks status update in terms of where that is, the urban wetland restoration grant opportunity, and Notre Dame Prep athletics. We already did communication, so then it's closing comments and adjournment. Since we are coming to the 10 o'clock hour, though, would City Council like to have a recess of a few minutes just to be able to stretch your legs, or would you like to keep going?
Let's keep going.
Keep going.
Okay, so with that, our first discussion, what had been number 11 on the agenda, is resolving the City of Pontiac retiree benefits expansion status update. City Council has not heard any movement since our last City Council meeting. Deputy Mayor, has there been movement that the mayor is privy to that you could share with us in terms of the resolving the retirees benefit expansion?
So I do not have any update on that. I have to admit that I have been largely not focused on that item. I've given that completely to the mayor, so I do not have an update.
Okay. We did have the representative from the General Employees Retirement System Board, or GERS. They are going to be doing a special presentation to the City Council, likely next month. We have extended that opportunity to them when we engaged and communicated with them last month. But in recent days, I've just had multiple conversations with retirees that live in my district, and it's really disheartening that it's been so many years, and that we're just so close. We have all the elements in place. It should be able to be put to bed and establish what we're going to do. I asked the deputy mayor in the mayor's absence to find out if City Council needs to be prepared for a closed session, maybe prior to our regular meeting start, because when we had our previous closed session, the attorneys working on behalf of the city mentioned a few unresolved items, and they were working to resolve that. So if it's something in a position where we can, if council's open to that, doing a closed session early, if those attorneys are available. But it's got to happen. And I heard a community member, a few community members have said tonight and before, this should be a top priority, front burner. I want to share with you that the City Council, we voted for our priorities for 2025. This was by far the number one. This is the top priority that the City Council wants to have that plane landed, because all the pieces are in place. And it's egregious because every few days a city retiree does die, sure, they're beneficiary or whatnot, they'll receive that. But just in terms of just what's right, and what for them to know that in their lifetime, yes, their hard work, their sacrifice was recognized. They got less pay when they were working for us because of the certain ancillary benefits that come. And because of the sacrifice and hard work of these employees, we are actually overfunded. There are some municipalities that they're staring at the brink, they're looking down the hole, and they're underfunded, and they don't know what to do. In Pontiac, because of the sacrifice of past employees, we are in a position where we can have this done, and it just feels so close yet so far away. So Councilwoman Rutherford is here. Do you want to do your regular apology to retirees?
Well, once again, I have to apologize on behalf of the administration for failing to do what they needed to do. I say this every week because every week we lose a retiree. Every week I get a call asking for a memorandum. I think it is sad. It is done in poor taste. It should not have taken this long. We all know what's happening. We just want to pay people what they own. So once again, to the 953 retirees that are still alive, I want to apologize to you. Once again, this council voted. When was that, President Pro Tem?
We have taken a few votes, but in terms of us stating clearly our position, that was in April.
And when did we vote to make sure they got their $400 back?
Well, to make it formal, it's got to come from, there's got to be the actuarial study, and the administration and the attorneys have to prepare that update to the settlement agreement. That's got to come before council.
And so every week...
Still hasn't happened.
That's right. I just want to get that on the record. And so every week you will continue to hear me say I apologize because we told y'all we was going to get something done. And before we leave this office, it is my hope and prayer that we give everybody what we owe them. Y'all worked hard, y'all did the work, and you deserve to get paid. And that's all I got. So I apologize again.
Councilwoman Jones?
Quick confirmation question. You just mentioned, Council President, that in February, I think is what you stated, that we would be given another presentation from the GERS attorney, GERS board. Okay. Will this be at the council meeting, or will this be in a closed session?
Oh, it would be in a council meeting, a special presentation so that the community can hear it as well.
Thank you.
It initially was set for tonight, but they requested more time because I think they're doing some calculations to know what the impact of the Cyprian City negotiations, what that would mean if that revised approach when it comes to survivors and beneficiaries and spouses, what that would mean.
It was going to be tonight, so it was pushed
so
to
they
February.
asked for next month. I've shared with them what those two dates are in February. I don't know yet which council meeting, but it would be during the main regular meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Pro Tem?
Yes, I really don't want to belabor. I know this definitely been an important topic since I've been in office. For me, I'm tired of the goalposts continue to get moved. I'm not going to put blame to any entity, but I am definitely disappointed that the goalposts it continues to get moved. And I feel like I'm at the 20-yard line and I kick a field goal and the goalposts move on me. I'm ready to get to the close. I need all entities to come to the table and negotiate, being fair with each other and get to and we can finish this. I'm looking forward to hearing the GERS leadership actually present to the council. That gives us a final understanding of what's really been going on from all sides and how it impacts everyone. Not just one leadership team, but the other leadership team that it actually should have been at the table when it comes to the particular decision. So I look forward as we move forward to listen to hearing from the GERS and seeing exactly how we can get this to the finish line.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. As a member of the GERS board, I can say it is absolute incomprehensible that we 3 years later are still debating this issue. And I can truly say I wish it was just we could pinpoint that it was one side or the other, but it's both sides. All of them want what they want, and they're negotiating, debating, and arguing about what they want. At the end of the day, the arguers are getting paid, and the people they're arguing about are not. Bottom line. So at some point, the lawyers got to stop lawyering and listen to what the people are saying, because they said about 2 years ago what they wanted to happen. Make what they want to happen, happen. It's easy to resolve if we just quit listening to the lawyers and listen to the people that's losing money, that's losing their lives, waiting for somebody to say, I'm worthy of getting what I already owe, what you already owe me. So let's just put this one to bed. And if we go by the timeline that you gave us in November, this is going to be until fall of next year. But we certainly got the opportunity to make it move a little bit quicker than that if we would move now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further discussion? As we conclude that topic, I just want to say thank you to Peggy Arnold Hardiman, who lives in my district, and Velda Norman, who lives in my district, retirees that I've spoken with in recent days about the long and unacceptable journey that retirees have had to go through, waiting for clarity and a final conclusion in a favorable way for the retirees. All right, we're at Finance Department reorganization and ongoing leadership concerns about the lack of a finance director and council's ongoing concerns on that. Deputy Mayor, anything you would like to report? I can give a summary as well, but first I want to give you the floor.
Thank you, Council President. So I guess a couple of things that I'd like to say in that regard. The first is we do hope to be we plan to be in front of City Council at the next meeting with an expanded contract from Raymond. So Raymond is a very well-respected accounting firm. They're the firm that had done the city's audit for many, many years. They are currently providing us with some accounting assistance, but we are bringing forward a more robust contract with them to actually do much more than accounting and actually take the helm of the finance department. Additionally to that, we also at the next council meeting are planning to have a presentation of the city's audit so that the council and the public can understand, what the city's actual cash position is right now.
So on behalf of the council, myself as President, Pro Tem Carrington, have done as Councilman James's resolution assigned, working with the administration and the Raymond Group to help move these initiatives forward. The Deputy Mayor shared with you that we'll have these items coming before City Council on the 21st. Our concerns still remain, obviously, that as the leadership vacuum continues, we need to have stabilization of our financial operations of the city. So we'll keep pushing for that. But I do want to flag, you might have peeped it already, but the 21st of January is shaping up to be a marathon meeting with all these items, including just the special presentation on the audit alone. So I know a lot of stuff was removed from the agenda earlier on tonight. It's still been a marathon meeting in its own way, but I just want to flag that it's really important stuff, but it does add to the calendar. There are major costs associated with the expanded Raymond Group scope of work, and I just want the community and the council to be aware of that the delayed and deferred leadership from the administration on our financial management, our financial operations, will come with a cost. That playing catch up and stabilizing and righting that ship, the council will be asked to authorize an expanded scope, and that'll be expanded dollar amount too. And that's just the base, because you know that if there's additional work or additional hours, that goes higher still, just like with lawyers and their legal fees. So as we get more detailed proposals, we'll make sure council has that. Our next Finance and Personnel Subcommittee meeting is this Thursday at 2 p.m. The public is welcome. Council members Parker, James, and I will be there if their schedules allow. So we'll be delving into this more in depth at that subcommittee meeting as well. This is of great concern, and we'll keep making this a high priority. Hearing no further discussion, very quickly, you already heard it referenced, but we want to let the community know that the city's annual audit was filed on time ahead of the December 31st deadline, and you heard that the findings of that audit will be presented at the next City Council meeting. Any further discussion? All right. Yes, sir.
I just want to ask, I know you just mentioned there's a whole lot of stuff that's going to be added to our next meeting on the 21st. Can we start that earlier?
The posted and voted on meeting is for 6 p.m. We may have to, if we do a closed session anyway on, moving the needle on the retirement conclusion. But that's a fair question.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
I'm looking out for my dear
Are all
brother
council
who has to
members
work.
even available starting at 5 p.m.? Don't know yet. Yeah. Okay. Councilman Goodman still has to verify if he'd be available at that earlier time, but we can look at that, and then we'll communicate to the community if it comes to that. Rather than the meeting length is going to be meeting length, but if it starts earlier, it doesn't end as late, right?
Right.
All right, next item, FYI, at the last city council meeting, we were anticipating a presentation about the conclusion of the obligation phase of ARPA. That did not happen. They were a no-show, so we passed a resolution demanding visual confirmation about where that stood as the year deadline was coming to a close. I just want to let the community know that the council received that. All right, we also want to make sure you knew, in case you weren't at that towards the end of the last meeting of the year, but the sheriff contract was renewed, so they are providing our police services for the next 3 years. A member of the public was asking, what's that cost change? I don't have it in front of me at present. It might be in the minutes in this packet, actually, but there is a substantial cost increase year over year. And I want to say, after all 3 years are in, it might be as much as $9 million more over the cumulative, like if you add all three. So it's a big chunk, a big jump. And that's true for all the communities that contract with the Sheriff Department. So it's not like Pontiac specifically was being gouged. It's the approach that they did on their price increases for all 13 municipalities, Pontiac included. So we can get you that exact figure to the resident that was asking, but it's substantial. And the second question is, are we seeing additional services, additional, coverage? I'll let the deputy mayor speak if he's aware of that offhand, but it's not a dramatic departure. So it's very similar to sort of continued service. It's not like it was increased dramatically, which means we're going to have 7 or 8 more, patrol cars on the street. What I was reviewing is that it was very similar, comparable coverage. Deputy Mayor, any other reflections?
That is correct, Council President. It is essentially the same contract with, I want to say, approximately 10% increase in cost from the first year from last year to this year, and then substantial increases every year.
All right, we'll keep diving into that more, though. The Public Safety, Health and Wellness Subcommittee keeps assessing the sheriff contract now that we have it before us and it's been adopted. Any further discussion on that? Yes, sir.
I think when I know the question was asked, and I do believe it does add some additional employees, but I'm not, whether they were deputies or detectives, but right. I do remember it added some FTEs to the budget.
Yeah, so over the last 3 years, we have approved some small, sort of preliminary changes to add more detectives, more deputies, and to make sure that the waymaster, the traffic enforcement can happen and traffic patrols. But so we did that prior to this new contract, but it continues with this new contract. All right, hearing no further discussion on the Sheriff Department contract being approved. The next, for time, we might want to pivot and bring this back in the future, but I just want to verbalize that in our consent agenda, we adopted 2 resolutions about workforce development and community benefits ordinance. It's just emphasizing the priority we were placing on that last year, and we didn't see that materialize on workforce development to our satisfaction. Really, it didn't feel like the needle was moved much from the administration at all. And we adopted in May a resolution saying we're asked for the preparation of a community benefits ordinance to be prepared. That has not happened. We asked for that to be done in 6 months, so it's been 9 months. I'm not trying to, shame or cajole anybody. We're revisiting that because it's still an interest of the council. So we're reiterating and asked for written answers on what we can expect for a timeline.
Point of information.
Yes.
I had asked last year about our work from home policy and also about sabbaticals being taken from the city. I asked the administration over a year ago to give me an explanation when they redid the handbook. I never received that in writing. I want to get clarity on, do we have sabbatical program in the city? If we do, when did that start? Secondly, do we have a work from home policy in the city when it's not in the new handbook? And if we do, when did that start? So I just want everybody to be treated fairly. And I'm hearing some things that I can't do anything about it, but what I can do is ask does this exist? And if it doesn't exist, how is this keeping happening every year?
Okay. I captured that. It's not on topic, but I still captured it.
Yeah, but the reason why I brought it up, sir, is because I brought it up before. I've asked for it from Deputy Mayor before. I've asked for it to be in writing before, and everybody keeps wanting to skate around it. And so if we're going to be what we are in 2025, we putting everything on the flow. And what's good for the goose is definitely good for the gander. That's it.
I hear you. It's
Okay.
just we're on a workforce development and community benefits topic, so I gotta. Any other discussion on workforce development or community benefits ordinance? And I want to thank this council who's been advocating on those fronts. Multiple council members helped craft that initial resolution back in May. All right. The discussion on where do we stand on neighborhood and mini parks and the request for qualifications and the improvements. Councilwoman James, you want to expound on your question?
Well, we'd just like clarification on it. The December, I think maybe even the November meeting, it was said that the engineering was going out for a request for qualifications for the mini and neighborhood parks. Here we are in January. We really have had no feedback at all on where we are on that. Has it been, is it live? If it's live, when will it close? We just have no information on it at all. So if you have anything, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. It's not live. It is scheduled to be released this Friday, and the plan is to have it out for 30 days.
So is it an RFP or an RFQ? What is going to be released?
I am sorry, I don't have the exact one in front of me, if it's the qualification or it is the proposal. The difference between the two is that on a request for proposals, individuals give you the actual price, and you use the price as one of your primary determining factors. On a request for qualifications, individuals just tell you, these are all of my qualifications, and then you pick the one that you think is best suited to your project, and then the price is what it is. It may be the higher price, maybe the lower price, maybe somewhere in between.
Okay, I understand that, but I also asked to have a copy of that sent. So if it is written, could someone send me a copy of it? I'd appreciate it.
Any further discussion? Yeah, we want to be very intentional about the calendar because we don't want another cycle to go by without the repairs happening, and it's ARPA funded. So it's, the clock is ticking for the implementation, the expending of the funds. If we
want to be able to hit the ground running in the spring, we need to know that these RFQs and that this work is happening, that we can refine these projects, get it set to the new budget according to what we've agreed to in ARPA. That's got to happen if we are going to hit the ground in the spring. And here we are in January. We were told in November it was ready to go. Here we are in January, and you're saying it's going out on Friday. So again, we really need confirmation, Deputy Mayor. When these things are happening, we need to know when they're happening. We need the confirmation that, yes, okay, it's been posted, it is live. So.
And then finally, on this topic, I'll share with council members that following the Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee meeting, we reviewed with the impacted council members for what's the strategy district by district on the neighborhood and mini parks since the dollar amount was pared back. So each council member that had an impacted multiple neighborhood and mini parks were consulted about whether they wanted to go down to one or whether they wanted to scale back the scope in both. So we have those answers. That does not impact 3, 4, and 5 because 3 has one park in the mix, 4 has one park in the mix, and there isn't a neighborhood or mini park located in 5. They've got Galloway Lake Park, which is a community park, and to Councilman Parker's very valid point, that funding is grant funded. Those plans are approved, so we're eager to find out when that can be implemented, including the demolition of the David E. Waltz Community Center, since that's been assessed that can't be reutilized, can't be renovated.
Yeah.
So the question was asked that when we were allocating the ARPA funds, the amount of $4 million, which was earmarked for neighborhood and mini parks, which are those like really small parks, that already they had said with cost increases, $4 million wasn't going to even cut it for those 10 identified parks. It would be more like $5 million. So we already were going to have to, right size it. But we also pared back by about $400,000 the amount even further because of other spending priorities when obligating ARPA funds. So with that $3.6 million approximately, it was to realize how can it be accomplished. So 6 of the 7 districts will still see neighborhood and mini park improvements, but some of those districts won't see as much, the ones that had multiple parks, which is 6, 7, 1, and 2. All right, any further discussion on that? Hearing none, the next discussion is a quick FYI. I was contacted today by the Oakland County Water Resources Commissioner and their office. They're meeting with me on Thursday. There's a new grant funding opportunity for a Pontiac Wetland Restoration Grant. I don't know much yet, but that they want to move quick, that there's some new funding available about restoring wetlands. And so as I learn more, I'll share it with the council, but that's late breaking. And then final discussion, Notre Dame Prep, located in District 5 on the north side of town, is, of course, a long-running institution. They have had big athletic success on football. They're state champions in their division, and for soccer as well, they're state champions. So I want to let the council and community know at the beginning. Yes. We already passed a resolution celebrating the recent news of their state football championship, but they are going to be coming at the beginning of next council meeting. So that January 21st, we'll have the Notre Dame Prep Athletic state champions so we can celebrate them as a council and a community. Any further discussion on that? All right, we're at closing comments. Deputy Mayor Stevens, you have the floor.
Happy New Year. Reminder that the Winterfest is this Saturday from 5 to 8. And thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Doyle, any closing comments? Thank you. Councilman Parker.
I did, but I'm not because I'm looking at the later rounds. I'll save it for next week.
Very good. Councilman, and of course, but you'll see everybody from District 5 this Thursday at 5 p.m. at the Lions Den. All right. Councilman James.
I just have one. I want to say that I'm very disappointed in the vote tonight. I think that it would have been better had we postponed and really worked harder to come up with something that all of us could live with. It was very disappointing that, certain people felt that it had to be voted on tonight. And so it's a done deal now, but I'm very disappointed. I don't think council really acted in the best interest of all of us. I think it was some very political tonight, and that was disappointing. That's all. Thank you.
Councilman Goodman.
I think all the important commentary I need to make has been made tonight by me and other people. The main thing I want to say is thank you to everyone for all your condolences over the past couple of weeks, because it has been an interesting process, being a 24-year-old losing their 40-year-old mom. So it's been a time. But I really appreciate everyone who has reached out and who has shared their condolences. I appreciate the community deeply for all that. But with that, I'll say good night and Happy New Year.
Yes, Councilman Parker.
Yeah, so my mom's memorial service will be next Thursday, the 16th, from 12 to 6 at Moon's Funeral Home, if anyone wants to stop by. And then the repast information will be out soon as well. From 12 to 6 at Moon's Funeral Home.
Thank you. And again, our heartfelt condolences. Councilwoman Jones.
Happy New Year, everybody. I actually don't have very many closing comments this week, but later this month, District 2 will have its community advisory meeting. So I hope to see you all there. I will provide more specifics on that next week after I've confirmed the date and time once more. So Happy New Year, and that is all that I have for tonight.
Got another thing? Oh, okay. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Be the change you wish to see in the world. That was said by Mahatma Gandhi. First of all, Happy New Year. So the massive change. But the job stays the same. We have to keep pushing the city forward. Our agenda is to ensure that all citizens are treated with respect, that all city workers are paid equally, that all retirees get what they have coming to them, and so that every citizen can have the pursuit of happiness. It is why we are here. It is our job. And sometimes our job is uncomfortable, but we must always do our job. I'm very proud that we made a decision to move the city forward. We knew that this change was going to be uncomfortable, but it takes us all collectively to move it ahead and not behind. On another note, we have a I want to make sure I read my announcements clearly. We have a Neighborhood Association District 1 meeting this Saturday at 1 p.m. at the Kappa House. That's at 200 Earlmore Street. That's with Ms. Rosalind Northcross, where she presides as president. So again, it's at the Kappa House. It's the Neighborhood Association of District 1. We also have an upcoming meeting also for the Crestwood Association. That Zoom link or information can be sent to you via me. I also want to make sure the District 1 people have received their community reports. If you have not received them, I have extra copies of it. And what it does is it gives you a review of everything that we've been able to accomplish in our district and District 1. It tells you about every project that has been started from my time being here to where it is now. I would like to say and report that 95% of the things that I said I was going to have done in the 3 years that I've been here have been done, except our Done Lab, which will be done this year. But if you have not picked up your copy, never you mind. I got extras, and you also have been mailed out to you before the deadline, so that no one can say that we're doing it on the 25th. It was mailed out prior to, just so that we have clarity. Also, I want to also say goodbye to the love of my life, Mariah Rutherford. She's going into her last semester at North Carolina Central, where she's about to graduate with a Master's of Library Science. And today, I was gifted from this wonderful company in Pontiac, which is called by Vita Michelle, and her company is called Women Hustle Harder. And so if you've never, ever bought one of these sweatshirts, I have highly recommend that you get one for your family. I got it for my daughter because it's her last semester. She's taking LSTAT, and I want her to represent the LSTAT. And LSTAT, thank you, my love. But I want her to represent this city well. Last but certainly not least, I want you to all remember that we all work here together. And at the end of the day, we are Pontiac, good, bad, or indifferent. May God bless you and keep you. May He place his hands upon you and give you peace. And if you cannot reach out to another council person, you always can call me. My number is 248-758-3017. I'm always ready to be available to serve the district that I love, District 1. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Pro Tem Carrington had to depart already this evening, and I want to thank everyone that came out this evening for the public hearing. This was a lot of great feedback, a lot of good conversation, and that's true for the residents that came out. I myself was at 7 different engagement sessions on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and today. 3 hours alone at the Bowen Center and the Golden Opportunity Club, and all the feedback. Making sure that these blown up maps, we heard you. You wanted to be able to see more clearly. You wanted to be able to have these different options. So thank you. Your feedback has made this we've gotten more engagement and more outreach because of you advocating and pushing for it to be stronger. But I want to make sure that the residents of the East Side, District 7, know that our next district meeting is this Monday, January 13th, 7 to 9 p.m. That's at Prospect Church. One of our guest speakers will be Brilliant Detroit. They are coming with a new initiative that will be at the District 1, District 7, well, what was the District 1, District 7 border, but it's in District 1 on Perkins Street, 135 Perkins? 135 Perkins, but they're going to come to share with the East Side what it is, what it means. But they are having an open house earlier that afternoon from 3 to 5 p.m. It's formerly Commissioner Emeritus Manny McKinney-Hatchett's home. It's no longer. She has sold it. But so that house next to Manny McKinney-Hatchett Park, formerly Neighborhood Park on Perkins Street, they're opening that house up so you can see the changes they've made. My understanding it'll be like a literacy house and an enrichment house, so you can come and see what that is, what the benefit is for that park. And then that evening, they will come and speak a little bit more. We also have the Alliance for Housing there, speaking about the homelessness annual head count that they'll be doing throughout Oakland County, including in Pontiac, among many other opportunities for you to help shape and improve our neighborhood. So that District 7 meeting this Monday, January 13th, 7 to 9 p.m. Yes, ma'am.
Totally forgot to announce. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot. I was talking so fast that the District 1 meeting will be the last Saturday of the month at Alley Cat. Our speaker will be Cassandra Thomas, who is a District 1 resident, who is a therapist, so we can work on how to get through winter blues. We have a plethora of other people, but I wanted to make sure I announced that bright and early. It is at the Alley Cat, 31 North Saginaw, 3 to 5, the last Saturday of the month. Thank you.
All right, very good. Hearing nothing further, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Support. It was doubly moved by Councilwoman Jones and her colleague, but so moved by Jones, seconded by Parker to adjourn. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes?
Rutherford.
Yes, I'm sorry.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We stand adjourned at 10:21 p.m. Please be